All right. Testing, testing, testing. It says streaming, no game. Oh, yeah, I should add the category, just chatting, right? Okay. Well, we're doing it live. Any stuff, any stuff that happens, happens. Hopefully audio, okay. Not sure. There's stuff going on the side. Ah, cool. All right. This is my first time doing a kitchen stream setup. Man, it bothers me how many knives are missing from here, but like, that's how it goes. I have all of them around here right now. So let me make sure everything is good to go. Hello, everyone. Is audio okay? Everyone can hear me? It's not too bad. My laptop's being a champ right now. Let's see. Okay. So, hi. I'm Tim, founder of Vite, and yeah. So if you came because you're looking to see the knife in real life, unfortunately we do not have it yet. The prototypes were delayed, and so generally speaking, what I'm going to be trying to do during this is going to be, I'm just going to talk about knives, the huge amount that I have. We were actually counting because it's currently my 32nd birthday, so I am, ancient about to wither away, according to the internet at large. But uh, the we do have 32 knives, so I do have 32 knives. So technically, if I wanted to, I could talk about 32 different knives because I'm 32. But you know, thanks, thank you. Um, Continuing to try and get things. I don't know why the backrocket progress thing is like. Is it offset for you guys? Like up there? Is it like weird? I don't know. Try it. Whatever. We'll test it later. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So that's, you know. Yeah, on my OBS, on my OBS, it looks like offset, and it's like the zero is like weird and not. Okay, actually, I should do like I should make a tweet going. I'm live. It is offset. Okay. Well, I'm. It looks fine in Stream Elements. Now it's just refresh and now it's janky? Okay. Well, that's not much I can do about that one right now, unfortunately. Um, Already backed, super excited for it. I don't know if you actually can back right now because we haven't actually launched the thing. I think you're following it right now, and then the actual backing thing is gonna start in about 1 hour. So yeah. What should I put at for Twitter? Mm, hang on. What weird thing should I put for this? For questions and answers on https://twitch.tv/ViteKitchens. I am going to ping everyone. Look, today I'm going to ignore the shit out of everyone because, oh, hey, James, or someone who has mod privs right now, can you turn the stream to mature filter? Like, I'm going to be soaring a lot, so I don't want us to get restricted that quickly. Um, double milestone. As a follow entrepreneur, I love the idea of timing a product launch for your birthday. Yeah, it's wait, it says it's open? Hang on. It shouldn't be. Yeah, because it's launch party 1 p.m. Uh, Launch party 1 p.m. Yeah, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Okay, so there is going to be a lot of scuff. I'm not used to, well, I mean, not super used to streaming in general, honestly. But I am also on a completely new setup. I have a camera over there. I have a TV that I stole from the facility for now, so I can actually read chat because I actually need glasses, but like glasses make me dizzy and stuff. So I actually just normally do. So I actually don't wear glasses or contacts normally, and so having a big screen or larger screen than a monitor helps me actually be able to read chat. Hello, Elise and Astral and Dax and yeah. I still have to squint a little bit, apparently. Koyo. Okay, so I'm gonna be squinting a lot this stream. You know, hang on. I'm just gonna scroll. I don't know why. I don't know why I had it that far. That's fine. This should work better. Yeah, that's much better. I think I was like trying to do it so it was like as close to the camera as possible, so I could be like, ah, yes, it's like I'm looking. Nah, it didn't work. Anyway, nothing can go wrong, right? Hi, Youngie. Um, yeah. I didn't actually really have huge plans on exactly what I'm doing. I figured I would just yap about knives and the project in general, and then we would be able to, so we would be able to, do a bunch of stuff, and then just kind of chill. And if anyone has any questions and things like that. Oh, is the YouTube premiere? Did I? As so. So the video, it should be up as well. Yep, cool. It
You know
is
what?
up. So I'm gonna go ahead and post this um, in the chat. So the video is actually up. Um, oh So we're gonna post this on Twitter later as well. I don't have an image for this. It's fine. I'm still scuffing it up right now, so don't worry about it. It's one of those things that like you always think you're like last night I was like, okay, I did a test stream and I did all that kind of stuff, and so I got everything tested and ready to go, and it's just like no matter how much you prepare, I feel like there's always things going to be missing, always things that you're like, okay, I'm going to try and improve it, I'm going to try and get things better, and then it just doesn't happen. There's like a billion things I woke up like last night I was like, I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed and everything's going to be fine and everything's going to be great. I have everything ready to go. I made a checklist. I went through the checklist, and then like in the morning I was like, dozen more things to do. So I guess I can also just play the video on stream, huh? That is actually an option as well. But then the video doesn't get views. Go watch the video and all the way through, guys, so that and then leave a comment. Remember to like, comment, subscribe. Get the algorithm. Get the algorithm going. Uh, oh yeah, huh? I'm gonna be relying on James to do that. And yeah. So yeah, we're live. Hey, James or one sec, one sec. Did we? Yeah, I'm just gonna I'm gonna repost my as well. Okay. So, do you know how proud of? No, I don't actually, because I have ADHD and autism, and so it's difficult to feel that kind of. I think it is a very interesting thing because I think for most, like, not to get too much into that, but I think for most people it is very much like inherent feeling, and for me it's like there's I have to logically process that kind of emotion where it's just like that people are proud of me and that sort of thing, which is, you know, interesting. Hey, Star. So Star 2D2. And then hey, James, if you could go to the Vite YouTube and just update in the description. I'd bang that out, and I forgot to tag Star in it. But Star2D2 has been helping a ton, and she's been doing the edits and saving me a lot of stress because normally I'm doing all the edits and that takes way too much time. And then yeah, that goes even more haywire. And this time I definitely got to focus on being able to do something like the stream and writing and other things. Don't get me wrong, I like editing and I find editing really fun. It just I can't write, edit, you know, design knives, get the backer kit set up and everything all at the same time. So I already do a lot and I try to do a lot, but you know. Yeah, so I guess to start, I can go ahead and be. Uh, I just want to. I think I'll just start out by, you know, thanking everyone for being here. Um, never sleeps. Yeah, I got. I think I got like 5 or 6 hours last night, so that was like pretty decent, honestly. Um, yeah. So I didn't eat any of the stuff yet. So my partner got up early, well, and snakeologist, and got a bunch of food for me. And then I was just so busy I didn't end up eating. So for everyone who's like, Tim, you need to actually like eat and stuff. Here I am eating. I know, rare sight. Not just drinking a protein shake and calling it a day. Oh my god. Ooh, that's crispy. Oh my god, look. I don't know if you guys. I don't know if I can. Like, look how flaky that is. Can I get the audio? No, not really. Mm. It may come as a surprise, but I don't just eat Vite ramen all the time. I know, I know that like blows people's minds, especially that I eat other ramen. Oh, one sec, I need to get. So, just gonna have 2 energy drinks on the side, you know, ready to go. Yeah, I find it interesting because like the Don Hiki was the very first one that we did, and it had a much smaller run, right? We weren't sure how many would sell, and otherwise, you know, work. Definitely, definitely, I've learned a lot since then. So, Sorry, chewing. Everyone also say hi to Metal Pirate. Metal Pirate is, he's been with us since the very beginning and has been active in Discord and really awesome community member. Um, Metal Pirate. How's your experience been with the with like moving from like 1.0 all the way to what we have now, and then and following all this? Yeah, it's been wow, yeah. Because we started back in like 2018, like long time ago, right? Uh, yeah, since the first Kickstarter, you have the most amount of Kickstarter experience and crowdfunding experience. So just moved out of the family and doing adulting. I have the girl DM knife and 2 Sam's Club ones. Very obvious difference. Oh man, so that's a good segue. Let's talk about knives. So in front of me, I couldn't figure out a good camera setup because to be able to like see the board very well and have everything, I don't know. I'll figure it out. But I wonder if I can just like. You guys want to see me do something really dangerous? Yeah? Don't worry about. Do not try this at home. I am a trained professional, just not in this particular thing. Okay, these can be put over here. I wonder if I can just use this to display by slapping. This is working. Anyway, so those aside, neat. So these are probably what you see as your normal chef knives. This is the kind of stuff that most people have in the kitchen, most people have seen, and when you say chef knife, this is what people think of. Believe it or not, these are like all from different brands. If you asked anyone really what they are and how they look, or anything like that, I don't think most people can tell the difference. Honestly, I would not be able to tell a Henkel's design from a Wusthof, from a Zwilling, from a Kaplan, and that's because they're all like, oh, that's because they're like, oh yeah, like German steel, high carbon, all that kind of stuff. But the thing is, this is a way of thinking that they've been like going on for 100 years. Metallurgy and our understanding of knives and our understanding of steel and our understanding of everything up to even the molecular structure has changed completely since then. And every single selling point that they're talking about is still like 100 years in the past. It's crazy. I don't know what their R&D does all day, to be perfectly honest, because these knives are all made. Okay, this one you can see a bit better, maybe. I don't know if you can see that on Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna. So these are generally made out of what they call high carbon stainless steel, uh, German steel, and all that kind of stuff. It's X50 CR MOV15, which sounds very complicated, and that's kind of on purpose, but basically just talks about how much chromium there is, the carbon content, and the vanadium, so on and so forth. Without getting too much into it, this is when it first came out, like 50 years ago. Wait, like it's 2024. Yeah, no, yeah, 50, 60 years, maybe 70 at this point. I don't know. When that first came out, yeah, that was fantastic. It was a great knife, great steel. But now it's like would you if I gave you a car that was 50 years old, or like made with techniques from 50-year-old years ago in a 50-year-old engine, would you go, wow, that's great? No, like like knives have technology too. How we make the steels, how we heat treat them, the understanding of blade geometry and all that kind of stuff. Okay, yes, depends on the car. Okay, look, that's not an antique. It like let's talk. If it were performant, not because you're getting like a 1910 Ford and you can sell it for like $2 million or something. All right, that's not what we're talking about here. But yeah, all of these have the same kind of steel, and then they also have the whole like made in Germany kind of thing going on. And I'm gonna be real honest. They're not the best knife makers anymore. Like not by a long shot. Europe kind of had their golden age, and then clung to it and never really innovated past there. I think German and French knives nowadays are just completely outdated. Like there's very few reasons to use them. I won't say no reason because if you guys took the quiz, there was actually a question in which like the German knife was the correct one. These were actually the knives that actually started my culinary journey as well. Um, Zwilling versus Henkel's crazy to me. How did they get away with that? Yeah. Without looking, what brand is this? It's not a Zwilling, or it's actually like it's Calphalon. What about this one? Could be Zwilling. Actually, it's called Foderfun, but it's actually a Chinese brand. Now, and then Mercer, which I think Mercer is also made in China. Don't quote me on that one though. Someone can Google it right now. Mercer. Well, at least this series might be made in China. I know they have a lot of different manufacturing facilities. I have a little bit more of a soft spot for Mercer just because like that was actually the knives that I first got when I went to culinary school. Um, this is my last remaining knife from culinary school because the rest of them actually got stolen. I and this 10-inch Mercer knife just happened to not be in the bag that day because I was using it at home, and so it didn't get stolen. So this is actually my last knife from my original collection left. Um, I also bought a new Mercer as well. So this one's a slightly different geometry. It's not quite as thick on the spine. Um, it doesn't have these like grippy handles. I don't know what material this is actually. PP? I'm not joking. PP is an actual material. It might be PP. It might be I don't know. But yeah, generally, you can't tell the difference between most of these. And me person, and I just and what I want to do, like, you know, if you've been around, you've seen the knives that we've designed, right? Knives that I like to design, the knives that I like to use have color, have shape, have character. Um, I don't like things that are supposed to be, like one size fits all, because like if it's one size fits all, it just sucks at everything. And like every single thing it can kind of do, but it's not doing it very well. So having a more specialist knife like the Honosuke, or having something like the Chinese Taidao. I know Geary still calls it a cleaver on stream, and look, this is a personal hill I'm gonna die on, and that's gonna be a personal hill that this is I'm gonna try and get people to call it Taidao instead of a cleaver, because we've already had more than one person who's just been like with this and went, why did it chip? And then it's just like, well, that's not what that's for. So yeah, but actually am I good to schedule the socials for today? Um, Tim versus Geary 1v1 cage match? One day. Am I? Okay, Twitch code. Sorry, one sec. Wait, James, did it go live? Like, it shouldn't have been live, right? Like, I'm confused. Twitch. What? It went live? Can you unlive it? Not. Can unalive? Is that against Twitch TOS? I shouldn't say that. Can you not? Yeah, I'm genuinely confused. I don't. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. 'Cause it's scheduled for. Because it's scheduled for. Yeah, 1 p.m. Do you still? Okay. Doesn't appear live. Oh, James, I wonder if it's like previous backers come back early or something like that. Oh, Metal Pirate. Do you want to check for us? Let's see. Whoa. Yeah. What? That's. Huh. It might be it might be a. Okay, well, we'll adjust number. Yeah, if it turns out that we need to adjust numbers for any way, shape, or form, then we'll do that. It's whatever. You know what? I'm not gonna count the official start time until 1 p.m. So, because I don't actually know why. Like, is anyone here? Was anyone here able to back it already? Because if you were, then we want to check some stuff to make sure it's like you. Okay, RTU96. What links did you click to be able to back it? And are you on an email list? And are you a previous backer? The link in your Twitch about me lets me back it? Are you serious? Huh. Okay, I guess James, go ahead and take that off for now. I guess everyone's just fucking going to that link right now. Oops. It's a stream early special. Eh? Eh? The pinned YouTube and the description. Oh, yeah. Why is that? What? That's just a general link. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's just like, yeah, use this link. I don't know. Oh, last part. Preview token. Ah! Yeah, James, can you do that real quick? Oh, that's what? Why is a UTM? Why is a UTM token? Uh, that okay, whatever. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Where the fuck was I? Uh, one one sec. I was gonna do something. James, do you still need like a verification code or something? Let me double check. No, you're good. You're good. You got it. Okay, cool, 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 cool. All right. Okay. So, yeah, scuff. We already got the link. Okay. All right. We might need. James, keep an eye out, and then we might just need to like adjust. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, what time is it? I guess there's half an hour before lunch. Hi, Umiko. Thank you. Yeah, looks like a lot of people. Oh my god. Okay, well, 18. James, oh my god, James, yeah, you're gonna let's go ahead and increase that. Fuck it. Let's increase the early backer thing to like 50, because I'm gonna feel bad for. I mean, like, good thing for those who were able to come early, right? 19. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Thank you to everyone who's backing right now. Was not. It's. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Are you worried about it? Don't be. Have you concerns? Unconcern yourself. Too good of a deal to wait. Ah! Thank you, though. Thank you. Um, yeah, I, I'm gonna, I'm like, it this actually this has been, ah man, I'm all over the place. This is I think this is one of those things that like I've always kind of dreamed of doing. For those of you who haven't like read, I guess someone can post the blog entry or the Twitter post, but Vite Ramen was one of the things that I started actually not because it was like my dream or whatever. It was something I like kind of walked into. Um, I remember actually at one point someone on the Vite Discord was like, "Yeah, we can tell that you have so much more passion for knives than ramen." I'm like, "Well, I started a ramen company, not a knife company. I actually have a lot of passion for ramen, which is true, right? And I do, and I love ramen of all kinds and flavors and all that kind of stuff. But I think I think that comment actually did bother me a lot in a lot of ways, just because I felt like I had to refute it, and I felt like it was something that wasn't true. But but the more I thought about it, the more true I really started to realize it was. And if I am perfectly honest with myself and everything that I know, when I started Vite Ramen, I didn't know that much about ramen. Um, I knew more than the average person, definitely, right? I knew different types. I knew, you know, broths and a lot of flavor things, but like a lot of that stuff ended up coming from just the general knowledge of food and the general understanding of how to put together flavor combinations, how flour and dough worked, and you know all the things that you learn from just being a cook, a chef, whatever. And compare that to knives, where I've been out of the knife game since I started Vite Ramen because I was like, that's not really going to be something I'm doing, and not really something that I should care about. But when we started being able to do the Donhiki and started being able to work with onigiri, that really was when I started to realize, damn, okay, maybe maybe I'm lying to myself a little bit. Maybe maybe there's a little bit more to not really, I guess, abandoning a dream that I had. Like with knives, I was doing hardcore research. I could tell you all about different chemical compositions, what different chemicals did, the blade shapes, blade geometry, and all that kind of stuff. But I have not been able to do that with ramen. I had when we started Vite Ramen, right? There was so much we had to learn. We from you know how to make the noodles to just even how the wavy noodles were made. Fun fact: when we started Vite Ramen, V 1.0 did not have wavy noodles. They were just like straight noodles, and that's just because we actually had no idea how to make wavy noodles. On the other hand, if you had asked me back then, you know, how do you create a Haman? How do you create hollow grind versus single bevel versus all the different knife shapes and knife types and all that kind of stuff? I could have told you. I don't think that's something that was very. I think because of all the effort I put in, because of everything that I tried to do with all with Vite Ramen, I kind of made myself think and kind of let's be real, I basically gaslighted myself into going, yeah, no, you love ramen more than you love knives. But Vite Ramen was in the end something that was done because it worked well to push the narrative of both me and my twin brother Tom, who started the company with me. He is not part of the company anymore, but he might show up and stream, and he shows up and talks every so often and things like that. But anyway, there's a whole long history. I wrote some other stuff about that. I'm not gonna rant too much about that. Um, but we may or may before. Oh my god! I was just yapping. I was just yapping, and I didn't look at chat. Sorry, I'm getting used to streaming. I need to look at chat more often. It is literally a big screen right in front of me, and I'm still somehow ignoring it. Backer. Uh. Oh my god. Yeah, but I look. I've also had people say like, "Oh, are you gonna stop doing Vite Ramen?" No, no. This is an addition. This is synergistic. If anything, it's just like for a lot of people who want to start cooking, who want to start knives and everything, it is intimidating to go, I know nothing about cooking. I know nothing about knives. I was never taught anything. I never watched any food shows or anything. I want to start cooking. And then it's just like, yeah, take a sharp object you don't know how to work and fire and flame all these things that could hurt you and do like 20 different new things that you don't know about. That's terrifying. If you haven't been in those shoes and in that experience and been able to see that sort of stuff, uh, the MP4 I can upload. Hang on. Here. Sorry. Yeah. I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying? Okay, whatever. Oh yeah. So for someone who wants to start, then it's just like, okay, start cooking ramen as the start. Like as easy as we talk about, okay, let's just boil ramen. The some of the quote unquote common sense that you would think is taught to everyone actually might be more difficult than you might think. For someone who has never encountered flour and dehydration and dough and how rehydration is supposed to work and everything like that, it is actually extremely difficult for them. It's very difficult to figure out how do we actually start how high do you turn the flame? How long do you turn the flame on? What kind of pot? How long does it take for water to boil? Oh my God, my water's not boiling in 5 minutes. Did I do something wrong? Do I need to continue waiting? Is boiling little bubbles or big bubbles? When do I put it in? Uh, when do I know it's done? Is it dangerous? If what can I put in hot water in order to take it out? There's one of the things I joked about before, and I still like to joke about, is that cooking is actually the nerdiest thing. You have to know so much lore and so many interactions and contexts to be able to do anything in the kitchen. Like something even as simple as like eggs, right? I think eggs are a great example because they're both very easy to cook and extremely difficult to master. If you're trying to make like one of the perfect Japanese omelets where you like have to roll it a bunch of times, where everyone's seen like the omurice videos and things like that, wow, that is difficult. That's really difficult. But like if you just throw eggs in a pan, yeah, eventually you will cook the death out of it, and then it'll be fine. I mean, you could try doing it raw, but like I don't recommend that. Yeah, and same, right? Cooking is chemistry, and to really understand cooking, we also do need to understand some amount of chemistry and what happens underneath the surface. This is something that, and this is something that like you can figure out from trial and error, you can figure out from people teaching you, but there's still a lot of people who give bad advice on what does what. Most common thing I hear, searing A steak seals in the juices. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It just gives you a Maillard reaction. It's a nice crust. Speaking of which, Maillard reaction, as much as we love it and all that kind of stuff, it's actually heavily debated about exactly the mechanism that causes it. Because while we can generally agree that, okay, you know, some of it is caramelization from sugars, it's a very complex process, and exactly where the line of this is sugar caramelizing versus a protein Maillard reaction, that gets all, like, once you get into fine details, everything gets really complex. Oh yeah, I was talking about knives at some point. About somebody is a huge Kenji Lopez fan, it seems. Okay, so no, actually just a so yes and no. I love Kenji Lopez's stuff. I've read his books. I've also gotten into arguments with him on Reddit, hilariously, about this knife. This is a knife that he had promoted or that he was sent a long time ago on Twitter, or sorry, on Reddit, back when they were when Meeson was promoting their Kickstarter, and he was talking it up a lot, and I was like, okay, look, they have good blade geometry. Don't get me wrong. I think they have a great blade shape and blade geometry, and then he fell for the marketing of saying this is, oh my god, and we use a Japanese steel that's ridiculously good. And they were using OS 6. OS 6 is one of the cheap steels that's not used in budget knives, and mostly in pocket knives and folders. And it's like, okay, if you get OS 6, it's like, okay, well that's a budget knife. It's a good steel. Don't get me wrong. It's not bad, but to endorse it as one of the best steels is just objectively incorrect. And so I actually called him out on Twitter for that, or sorry, called him out on Reddit for that. And I was just like, hey, so OS 6 is actually a budget steel. It is not a premium option like they're saying. There's a lot more premium options out there. They have a good blade geometry. I do agree that OS 6 does make the blade more affordable, and so if that is the target that you're trying to do, and it is a softer steel that is malleable, easy to sharpen, and um, isn't like, you know, what was the word oh yeah, and like has a little bit more toughness, because you want to design for less chipping instead of a good blade, edge retention, then yeah, no, that's a good design choice. There are trade-offs, and I do think that they made the correct choice for trade-offs in that aspect. But that is not a premium, high quality Japanese steel. It is a budget option Japanese steel. It's still good, but not premium. Like nowadays, the knives that we make, these are also made of Japanese steel, VG10. Uh, Originally developed by Takefu in Japan, right? It is a Japanese steel. This doesn't inherently make it any better or worse. This is one of those things that actually, let me show a little bit about this. Um, yeah, no, I don't like I said, I don't have anything against Kenji Lopez and his cooking techniques and everything like that. I rather enjoy them. I loved. I was a huge proponent of the kind of stuff that he did and how he approached cooking, and and I will likely do more. What I want to try and figure out is, I currently have this stream, but like if I were to actually be doing any kind of cooking, you would not be able to see the actual cooking. And in that case, I would probably be using a chest-mounted GoPro, and I learned that from him. He used a head mount, but I find head mount goes all over the place. Chest mount just tends to be steadier. But anyway, yeah, like Japanese stuff is good. Japanese stuff is good, but it's very easily misinterpreted and misconstrued for marketing purposes. Like I'm not gonna lie, like well, when we also use the term Japanese steel and stuff, we understand what it's implying, and at some point, like I am very about honesty and transparency and like telling the truth about things. Like VG10 is a very good steel. Is it the best in the world? Absolutely not. You're looking at Magna Cut, right? Apex Ultra, like, and things like that. Or like if you want to go for maximum toughness, you know, like Z-Wear or 3V. Um, and then also depending on if you have the CPM versions or not, right? The but and then like if we're talking about Japanese steel, let me show you something really cool. So there's a company called Sakai Ichimonji, who I talked to on Twitter, and they post on our stuff. Those guys are really cool, right? They're really awesome. I learned a lot about Japanese knives and Japanese stuff from them, which a lot of Japanese knives and Japanese stuff is about craftsmanship. It's about the art behind it and the skill of the craftsman. Have a great day at school. Thanks. I don't want to go to school ever again. I hated school. CPMs, but also got, yeah. But if the knife sucks, yeah, blade geometry. Blade geometry, if you have a shitty blade geometry, I can swear, right? James, you turn the mature thing on. If you have a shitty blade geometry, it's not going to help you. If you have a thick wedge of steel, it doesn't matter what the steel is made out of, it's still going to suck. I ate some Vite ramen, it's pretty good. Oh, thanks. But this, for instance, this is real. This is the cream of the crop. This is a Mizu Honyaki, and it is made out of white number 2 with a urushi lacquer. It is, if the exchange rate were what it was like 10 years ago, it'd be like $1,200. Because the exchange rate is so good, I got it for a little more than 800. But this is what people I think about when they think about Japanese steel. This is hand forged. It is made by a very skilled craftsman. Really, only like 3 to 5 craftsmen in the world can make a knife like this anymore, because this is like, you know, if you've heard like the memes, glorious Nippon steel folded 1,000 times for strength, guys should go home. This is basically that. Hanyaki is the old folding process. It is making a knife like this out of a single billet of steel, and to get as thin on the edge here as you do with the calipers, I can measure. It goes down to like 0.01 right behind the edge, which is, you know, a little less. Actually, I don't think my calipers are even accurate enough to be able to measure how thin it is right behind the edge. There's a huge, when you try to temper this, there's a huge chance of cracking and the knife just splitting in two, and that happens a lot. And you have to get it just perfect. You have to get the temper just right in order to do it right. And this gets really high hardness. So this one I believe is close to 63 HRC, 63 to 65 HRC, but also makes it very prone to chipping. Which is why, and that's another one of those things that I was talking about on the quizzes, if you guys took those, is that not every knife is good for everything. And actually, the more expensive knives and the, like this one, becomes more specialized instead. And if you look at it and go, what's all the weird stuff on it? It's because it's carbon steel and it will rust very easily as well. So after every use and as you're using it, you need to wipe it down and then you need to oil it in order to make sure that it doesn't rust. Some of the marks over here is also called a patina. That is also the oxidization process of the steel. What you want is you want a patina which will protect the carbon steel from rusting, but will not rust. The actual rust is iron oxide. When the brown stuff, that's bad. That will eat through your knife, especially for something as thin as this. You get a little bit, it causes a chain reaction. It can really damage the whole structure of the knife. But for this, but for a patina forming on it, when this knife comes, obviously it is well polished and it is just this one beautiful shining steel. And I think novices, especially when they get this kind of knife, will start to go, oh, this coloration I'm upset by. But for those of us who are really into knives and have gotten into carbon steels instead of or carbon steels instead of stainless steels, then these patinas are your personal mark on the knife. What you cut, how you cut, where you cut with. You can see that with this knife, my cutting style will tend to use the belly over here the most. And you can see that through the patina. Because of that, this makes the knife your own and it makes it unique. And even if everything is forged in the exact same way, a carbon steel knife, when it takes on the patina, is becoming your very own knife with your very own marks based on how you cut. So little aside. Oh yeah, and then it's called a mizu hanyaki. Mizu. I don't know, whatever. It's Japanese. Mizu hanyaki because mizu means water. And the hanyaki process out of a single billet of steel is already very difficult, but that's the oil quench version. The water quench version makes it even harder, and therefore it has an even thinner potential on the edge and a higher edge retention, but that has an even greater chance of cracking, which is why these are so rare and so difficult to make. So, and then like not only that, but the saya and the lacquer on the handle are actually very special processes as well. And these kind of knives, because of how special they are, the kind of care that you need in order to that you need in order to take care of it, and um, and the ease and how easily it could be potentially damaged by someone who doesn't know their knives. Mizu Hanyaki or very expensive knives like this are generally restricted from purchase for the general public. So because they're rare, because it takes so long to make, according to Sakai Ichimonji, this one was actually sitting around for 6 years before I got it, and that's just because number one, you need someone who's willing to buy a knife this expensive. And number two is, even if you are willing to buy a knife that expensive, if you don't have the chops for it, if they take a look at how you're holding the knife, how you're talking about knives, how you're using knives, they also just will not sell this to you because they know you're not going to take care of it. You're not going to give it the respect it deserves, and um, you're not going to respect the kind of care and craftsmanship and everything that did end up going into it. So this is definitely a very prized possession. That's not to say I don't do cursed stuff with it. I cut my Valorant birthday cake. I'll post that some other time on my Twitter. I cut my Valorant birthday cake with it, which like, you know, it's not going to damage the knife and all that kind of stuff. But like I really like the bit of doing really cursed food stuff with a $800 very special knife. I also, take care of it and sharpen it and everything myself. But because I can, yeah. Oh man. Be scared to use it. Yeah, no, that scared to use it. That is part of the reason why it's not just given to anyone. And yeah, put it in the dishwasher. Oh God. Yeah. No, don't ever put knives in the dishwasher. Knives do not go in the dishwasher. That's just hand wash all knives. Except butter knives are fine. 60 let me look up. Knife sounds so impressive I'd be afraid to use it. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. Because I got that very recently. Um, I have been also I'm not nervous to use it, but like I think it is a good thing that when you're using it and understanding the how special it is and the craft and care that went into it and the skill of the craftsman that was able to make it, that you do put a little bit more respect and have more mindfulness when you're cutting. There's a really fantastic term that I learned from Sakai Ichimonji guys, um, and it's a term I really love. It's called keriaji, which means the flavor of the cut. That means every knife you cut with has a different flavor. When you cut through it, when you feel it, depending on your cutting style, depending on what you're cutting and everything like that, it feels different. So even if you do have a dull knife and you can cut through things, or even a sharp knife, right? Like this, reasonably, practically speaking, if I'm comparing this, which is strictly inferior to that, that one feels better when it cuts. There are certain, and when it just glides through and has these different feels, that's the kiriaji we're talking about, the flavor. And similarly, because everyone has different flavor preferences, this also means that your flavor preference might be different from someone else's. I think a good example would be just something like coffee, right? Like everyone has different preferences for coffee. Uh, some people like lattes. Some people like dark roasts. Some people like light roasts. Different tastes, different flavors, and therefore, just like with knives, and why there are so many different kinds of knives, there's going to be all kinds of different kiriaji or different flavors of the cut. And man, I was gonna answer another one. Every time I answer one question, I go on for like 20 minutes. Wait, is it? What time is it? Oh my God, 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. Technically. Oh, jeez. Uh, uh, it's like a seasoning on a cast iron pan. How long do you think the kit will arrive if we end up backing it? So that's gonna. Ugh. I would say probably November to No, November's too early. Because it goes here and then there's the month and the okay. I'm gonna say reasonably probably around January. Probably around January is what I'm gonna say. Um, it it's probably gonna take some time to get everything ready and get everything going. Um, don't you need to oil and heat it to get the patina? No, oiling and heating it, that's actually, that would be the heat treat. Patinas are caused by acidic and oxidization reactions, mostly acidic. You can force patinas pretty well to protect knives through some of the most popular methods are coffee patinas and mustard patinas. Um, yeah. King King Yapper, we love to see it. 5 minutes. Edible knives? I mean, gummy knives? I don't think those will cut. Actually, gummy knives with so much citric acid in it that it cuts your tongue because of how acidic it is. That works, right? Uh, oof. Whole knives are edible. Yeah. So once we start, man, I'm just gonna wait a little bit so I don't start yapping. But one of the things I want to talk about with kiriaji and the different um, flavors of the cut is that like we have all of these very similar German knives, and then I'll kind of go into like the detail of each and every single one and why actually in the knife world, I'm not gonna lie, Chinese manufacturing is now just head and shoulders above. Um, I'm not gonna lie, like almost everyone in the world, even Japan. It's kind of crazy. And this actually applies for like folders as well. Things like Re8 knives and like We knives and a bunch of the other ones that have come out. There's just like incredible design, absolutely incredible design, absolutely incredible fit and finish and quality, um, and uses like really great materials too. But have you seen Kiwami? Where yes, yeah, that guy's funny. He does such a weird he does such a Japanese way of sharpening knives, um, where personally speaking, I think the way he does things is he could do it a lot faster. He is doing it for a YouTube channel as well, so showing a much slower process is good in its own way. But like reasonably, a lot of those things that he's using would probably actually cut better if he didn't take it up to like 12,000 grit, because the edge just gets way too brittle and actually can't hold an edge to that kind of grit anyway. A lot of like cheaper steels, even like cheaper steels that are meant to cut, can't really handle a 12,000 edge. If you try to mirror polish it up to that, it still will not do very well. Okay, 12:59. All right, countdown. Time. Oh God, did I? Uh, with seconds. Live time is. Dude, I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss the. Okay. All right. 37, 38, 39, 40. 20 seconds left. All right. 15 seconds. 6, 47. Okay. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're live. Okay, let me actually go and check. Wow. Okay, James, you can update all the links now. Wait. Do I need to make it live? I need to make it live, huh? Wait. Is this? Did, ちょっと待って。ちょっと。Oh crap. Wait. Hang on. How do I make it live? Oh no, I had this, and now James. Wait, did you make it live? Is it good? Are we good? 100% funded in less than 1 minute. Let's go! All right, I feel like I need to like take a selfie or like post or something like that. All right, and then I'll do with chat in the background. It's a little messy, whatever. See, one of the things I like about flip phones is you can, or like these kind of phones, is you can do this. So chat in the background. Yeah, you know what? 0.6. I'm gonna boomer it. It's fine. It's fine. Chat in the background. All right, everyone ready? Say hi. All right, cool. I need to add text to it. Live boomering it up. Edit on the phone. Here, I'll turn it this way so you guys can see me trying to add text to this image or something. Funded in under 1 minute. Don't worry about the scuff. Oh God, that's red. Why is that red? Oh my God. Bold? Fill? Oh God. I'm really bad at this. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. We're gonna post it anyway. I'm gonna post this anyway. Also, we have not decided exactly what we're going to be doing for early incentive backers, but anyone who backs within the first 48 hours, we're gonna do additional free stuff for. One of the things I was thinking about actually was practice knives. So I have sent and had like, sharpening kits and stuff for people before, or just like people in my life and friends who wanted to learn sharpening, and then they just feel like, oh man, I don't want to damage a good knife or whatever. So one of the things I was thinking about is having a practice knife, right? This knife is of not the best quality, but it is relatively solid, and so you can damage it all you want. The very purpose of that knife existing in what you have is so that you can practice on it. Make it sharp, dull it down again, make it sharp again, dull it down again. Get scratches on it, mess up its edge, whatever. It's fine. That's what it's meant for, so that you can practice before you go on to your nicer stuff. Okay, what should be my title? Twitter, VK is fun and under 1 minute. Let's go. Thank you, everyone. Let's keep it going. Yeah, God, I don't know. It's like I feel like I should be more like excited, but and I am, but also it's like stress is melting away, and then my body's remembering how much work I've done and how tired I am. Uh, seriously, oh, jeez, what? Seriously though, thank you, everyone. Um, yeah, man, I am. Will you guys be able to ship to different countries? We will be able to ship to anywhere that is able to receive the knives. So different knives have different laws. I know Korea, for instance. Wait, we met the stretch goal? Oh shit! Let me. Where did I put it? Oh my god, I'm. So the 15K stretch goal. 15K stretch goal is the peeler, right? The peeler. So yeah, what that means is, hey, James, Cole, Elodie, whoever is watching, yeah, just throw it. Just throw it. It's fine. Yeah. So this isn't exactly the right color right now, but this stretch goal was 15,000, and we'll add a peeler onto everyone's set. Actually, yeah, could we actually go ahead and update the images to also have the peeler, and then like someone throw an update like on the stretch goals met on the actual page? Oh my God, I am so out of it right now. All right, I'm just gonna post that. Whatever. It's. Ugh. Uh, I I I'm just like I think the funny thing about being okay with scuff and everything is just like I'm just gonna tweet live here. I meant more. Are you shipping to different countries? So the problems are specifically with the quiz winners. I will announce quiz winners and I will have to announce quiz winners and stuff later. I did not actually have time to find uh, and match up all the quiz answers and everything like that. So there's a couple hundred go through. Um, oh my God. Uh, okay. If everyone here can do me a favor and go onto the Twitter post, and then also just like, comment, retweet, gains algorithmic relevance, that would be greatly appreciated. Um, ugh. I'm like not able to use. I'm like not able to use my phone right now because my head is just like not working. Uh, oh my God. Yeah. Wow. Okay. You know what that means? I need uh, here. See, I have, I have a better, I have a better solution. Watch this. Watch this. This is such a pro move. This is such a pro gamer move. Oh. Oh wow. Did you guys manage to update it? Oh, cool. I was just gonna start putting text on screen that just eh eh eh. Uh, so the cutting board in the kit. We are going to. Oh, that was one of the sort of stretch goal things. Here, let me actually. Yeah, let me just get rid of this for now. So the the cutting board. Whatever. The cutting board in it is a it is going to be an end grain. We're currently one of the issues with end grain, hilariously enough, is that teakwood does because of the the teakwood oil content has darker rings, and we need to we're experimenting with a couple different techniques to make the QR code stuff that we want to be doing work. And that'll be something fun to experiment with and figure out as we're going, as we're figuring everything out. Yeah, working with teak is it's I feel like people over I feel like people over dramatize how hard it is to work with teak. It's not like the worst, honestly. So no, there's no difference between honing rod and honing stick. That depends on what you want to. um, hey James, do you wanna fix where it says the stick in the stick in the rod? Let's call it a rod. I don't know. I like the word rod better. It's funny. This is it, by the way. This is it. So this is a what did I write? I was hoping someone would mention it, but the quiz result, yeah, I will be reaching out to the winners via email, um, and and then we'll also be selecting some random people to have some additional gifts as well. But yeah, oh man, let me. So like I said, one of the things is I do like to do is to not, I don't like to oversell something that isn't, you know, there's no. I want people to be informed on what something is good for and is good for them in their particular circumstances, and when it's also not good. So in that case, for that reason, also this peeler right here, um, this peeler we actually had a huge set of. I'll go grab that real quick, actually. Dude, this microphone keeps. Okay, whatever. So we actually had a lot of different peelers that we were going through and testing and figuring out. But this one won in the end because, interestingly enough, I think there's this misconception that like heavier is better and higher quality. And that's, I think, what was it, Beats headphones just had like metal weights in them to make them feel more high quality. And that's, I understand why, because it implies it's not made, or it's made with like heavier material and things like that. But peelers are very, very, very basic. There's not a huge difference between a lot of peelers, like no matter what the demonstrations and stuff say. Yeah, Kun Recon, the like the ones I used in the ones I used at Michelin Star Kitchen were basically just these. Whatever peeler that anyone found at a store that was this particular format. So it does have the edge over here for getting eyes out, and then it has, just a little blade. You can sharpen these with a very tiny little stick, it's really not worth it to try, generally speaking. Mostly because then you have to buy a very small, very particular kind of sharpener for this, and um, and for how delicate these are, you're more likely to accidentally break it or damage the edge. Uh, and these last for years. Like I was peeling a ridiculous amount of stuff at the Michelin star restaurant, um, and mine lasted for forever. So at some point, it really is. You don't need to, and you don't need to, and you don't have to pay a lot for something like this. Some of the ones over there have the thicker handles, and it makes it actually hard to do fine detail work. So like if you're peeling like this, for instance, right? Do I have anything to peel actually? I can peel a lime. I'll peel a lime. Make a drink out of it later in celebration, right? So, if you're doing like this technique, a thicker handle is just gonna get in the way, and you can just whoop, slowly get the peel. I'm trying not to get pith right now. Aha, there we go. Slowly, slowly, whatever. Smells limey. Nice. Yeah. Hello, sorry for bothering. I want to. Ban! I should get like an actual hammer. Okay. How expensive would you say is worth going for whetstones? Yes, let's talk about this. So I've been soaking. You know what? I'm gonna move these out of the way. Oh my God, there's so much. There's a ridiculous amount to talk about. I'm gonna blow out my voice. Well, before I can talk about all of it, but like, and like, it was funny because like when we were writing the page and all that kind of stuff, I had so much I wanted to talk about, and then like Cole was very very good in guiding and being like, Tim, people are gonna get bored. People don't want to read 500 pages of technical explanations on every single thing. Provide the summary, and then we can do technical explanations of videos on separate things later. I talked about shipping midway. Yes, I have ADHD. Yeah, so the shipping, so real quick, is that the shipping international does not have problems inherently in and of itself. There were specific problems with the old orders from the other company. So as far as that affects the actual regular Vite ramen, and especially because this is a separate thing, on BackerKit doesn't actually matter. So how do you not have emotes yet? Because we were very busy with the other stuff. So the Vite manual will include the Vite manual will be including the story, little guides, references, kits. It's basically your manual to get started, and then how to use the QR cutting board, little things about the knife, lore, world building, things, artwork. It'll be a booklet with a bunch of stuff. We didn't render it out because we don't actually know what we want as the cover yet. For instance, for these kind of decisions, it's like, do we want to create a more lore-oriented one, or do we want to create like an art book kind of cover? And so that's going to be something that we will be discussing with everyone who's backing and everyone who is talking. So yeah, and the Vite manual. What was I talking about? Sharpening stones, right? So this is actually the kit that will be coming with. I was talking about the honing sticks too. Oh my God. So the honing sticks, interestingly enough, or the honing rod. The honing rod. So it is it's a 7-inch rod that has raw magnetism. Very hard. And look, hardness matters. Hardness matters. We were talking about Japanese steel earlier as well, and you might have seen these kind of knives around on TikTok Shop or anything like that. This is a one of the worst knives you can get. It's ridiculously thick. It's made out of pot steel, um, and its blade geometry is terrible. It wedges instead of cuts. Remember, you want to edge. You don't want to wedge. And but you know, it has like a pretty interesting, unique design, and then they tell like it does not help you get grip and control doing a proper pinch grip does. But it also is very soft steel, so I want to demonstrate something. This is one of the other ones that we were honing rods that we were looking at, and this one specifically is interesting because it has a lower hardness on the steel. So in terms of doing any kind of honing on this, because this is a softer steel, no problems, right? It'll hone it just fine. Now, this is going to be very sad, and I'm going to make myself very sad doing this, but I think it's a good demonstration. Versus if I try to do this with our 60, so this is the Zentrea Cyberpunk knife, right? I think it's still available. We only have a few left at this point. But this is like this is the circuit breaker Zentrea's knife, 61 HRC VG10. If I try to do the same thing, it will literally cut into the steel. So I can't actually go along it because it will actually stop and stick into it. And I feel really, oh God, that edge is bad. Let me see if I can show it on screen. I don't know if it'll focus, but it will, because the hardness is lower than the actual knife, any of our knives, whether it's the circuit breaker or the Honosuke or you know all of these, which are hardened to 61 HRC, will actually cut into this rod. And so yeah, couldn't use this one. Versus this one is hardened to roughly around 63 HRC. So I believe even this one, if I use the Mizu Hanyaki on it, would not work, but will work well for these. So it is very, very heavily argued if magnets help or not in the honing process. And then I know there have been some YouTubers who have started this argument on whether honing does anything for the knives itself, and if it does make it sharper or not. And they have a terrible argument, in my opinion, because the long and short of that argument is, hey, did you know that if I hone my knife, I don't care what you saw in your microscope, if I hone the knife, it cuts better. It's like that curve. It's just like actually because of the electron microscope and you know blah blah blah. It's like if it cuts, it cuts, right? If you see something on your microscope and then you're like, oh yeah, no, this isn't helping at all, then your prediction or your hypothesis of what's going on is incorrect if it just cuts better. And then actually, there's another guy who has even better. You know, he has an actual electron microscope and is a huge knife nerd. Honestly, like half the stuff he talks about is very complex and about like chemistry and that kind of stuff, which is a little difficult to keep up with. But like that guy, like I really like that guy because like there's a lot of myths, there's a lot of misconceptions in the knife community. Even people who like are very good bladesmiths and people who like you know have chemistry degrees and things like that. And then they'll tell you, that like a certain experience that you have just is incorrect. Like some of the things that I think are particularly interesting is that like if you overstrop a knife and give too fine of edge and things like that, for instance, it actually will not cut something like a tomato, which has a smooth skin, quite as well. And rougher, toothier edges tend to be better for that. Similarly, going all the way up is very good for something like Kiriaji if you can constantly take care and constantly sharpen your knife and be very good with the edge. But I think one of the misconceptions on also sharpening something too much and having a really sharp knife that also does not, why a lot of people believe that I think sharper knives will dull faster than knives not sharpened to a higher degree is because of edge alignment. If you have and no one has perfect edge alignment all the time. So if you have a very very fine edge and you're putting pressure on it and everything, you'll start to get microchips. You'll start to get microchips, and then like bending over the blade and things like that, which is going to end up causing dulling faster. Anyway, actually back to the whetstones, guys. So whetstones are one of those things that I think it's also a very contentious topic. Is these are cheaper whetstones, right? They do the job and do the job pretty decently. But a lot of more experienced knife sharpeners are like, oh, you don't get the same kind of feedback. It's a softer stone, and you have to soak it and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you're right, but a beginner is not going to be able to tell the difference. The kind of feedback I get from that stone um, versus like you know versus a nicer Japanese whetstone like this versus a synthetic one like this, or like a diamond one. This one's by DMT. Is If you're a novice and you're a starter and you're beginning, you will not feel the difference. You don't know what to look for. It's like giving a really high grade. It's like going into coffee and then going, oh no, you need to drink it black, and you need this single origin fresh process, fermented from Ethiopia, and like it's gonna taste like black bitter sludge to a beginner who doesn't know what's going on, one way or the other. That's one of my biggest gripes with a lot of people in this kind of community is you know all these things because you're experienced. You can feel all these things because you're experienced. But look at this perspective from someone who's actually starting new. Look how intimidating it is, how many things they actually have to think about and remember. They're not going to know the feel of the stone and the feedback it's giving. No, like just the very basics of what the stone does is something that they don't know. So these whetstones are a great value. They are not the best whetstones in the world. Once again, I will not tell you something is the best in the world or anything like that. I will tell you exactly where it lies, in my opinion, on where the value is. These are cheaper stones, and they need soaking, and they need soaking, which it can be a little annoying, and you'll see like bubble come out of it, which is why I've been having it over here. But insofar as actually sharpening an edge, it will work very well. Actually, let's demonstrate that actually, because in the end, guys, whatever anyone tells you about sharpness and that kind of stuff, sharpness is thinness. Sharpness is the amount of force you can apply to a certain area, and that's it. And so the thinner it is, the sharper it is. That's all there is to it. That's the very basics. It's simple, but not easy. There's a lot of nuance and complications, but for anyone who's not about trying to get super deep into things, you won't tell the difference, and you don't need to. Okay. Wow, past 20K. Whoa. Oh shit. Nice. Oh my god, I got something in my eye. Ah. Okay. So before we start sharpening with something, I wanna show something with this. So this is a BESS electronic sharpness tester basically, and what it has is can you see that? Sort of. Okay. What it has is it has this little thing which will have a wire that is a pre-calibrated cutting medium. That means that this wire is calibrated to have a very certain amount of force in order for it to be cut, meaning we can have a somewhat objective view of how sharp something is. Now, this does still come with a lot of caveats, such as this wire has a certain kind of resistance and smoothness to it. So certain kinds of edges will have an advantage on this. And just because, and once again, like talking about the stropping kind of thing, it's like, okay, the thinnest edge in the world is not always the best one. Anyway, so these German knives, some of them are brand new. So I actually did buy a bunch of them brand new, so that I could show some of this stuff. I don't have space. Turns out having a ton of knives everywhere is just hard to. I'll figure it out. That's probably fine, right? Yeah. It's only a little dangerous. Only a little bit. Only a little bit. No matter what. Now a coffee knife cut keyboard. 1,000 Shapton my go. Yeah, Shapton's good. Shapton's good. Oh, so yeah, I'm picking German knives to demonstrate on because they're all so similar in design. So there's a couple things I want to talk about with these German knives. Obviously, I do have a lot of other kinds of knives all around, but which if we have time we'll get to eventually, maybe. But right now I want to talk about these just because these are more or less just the ones that people know the most about and have the most familiarity with. So it's an easy jumping off point for understanding knives and everything I'm talking about. So these knives here, this one I've sharpened. I've sharpened myself up to 10,000. This one is the Chinese brand that makes a German style knife. This one is a new Mercer, and these are two different kinds of Henkels. And this one's my old Mercer. We're not really going to test that one. One of these Henkels is made in India, and one is made in Spain. Now Henkels, I think Henkels is probably the most well-known brand here, and so we have two different knives from them that I do want to show. Do you guys want to see the Indian made one or the Spain made one first? How long is the stream going to be? I scheduled until like 4 p.m., but I don't know, honestly. I just chose an arbitrary time. I could literally yap for days about knives, so. All right, Spain, right? Cool. So this one is kind of like their main line. This is their kind of like their mainline one. This is brand new. I have not cut with it or anything. I've just took it out of the box. It's made in Spain. It is the full tang, and it has like the forge bolster and all that kind of stuff. That's its claim to fame. Now with this, what we can do is we can test how sharp it is, and we'll do it from this end. We try to get as good of an edge alignment as possible. And this is the amount of grams. I don't know if you guys can see it. You absolutely cannot. I'll just read it out to you. And so, and that cuts. And what we see is that it took 200 and, can you see that? Oh, shh. Did I just break this? Oh no. Oh, I definitely just broke it. Oh, shit. That's bad. What? I can still make it work. I'll go buy a new one later. Oh no. Oh no. I should have taken that off. Whoop. Yeah, so it's fine. I can make it work still. So 237 is what we got, which is honestly rather bad. It's for reference on scale, when you get around a straight razor, so something meant for shaving, is going to look around like 50. A freshly sharpened knife out of the factory should be looking at 200 maximum. So this is rated at 237. Not great. 237 grams of force so what that means is 237 grams of force. If you compare it to like a 50-gram cut of a razor, obviously that's going to take 4 times as much force that you need to press down in order to cut. This is the VOD going to be available anywhere? Yeah, I mean, I'm recording it. I don't know if I save the VOD, but yeah. And then now let's go ahead and do the, Spain one. I do have some like other, that still works. Nice, cool. I just do it like that. All right, since you guys can't see it anyway, I'm just gonna do it on this end. So, and then that was the Spain one. This is the India one. And that, whoops, let's make sure it's actually aligned. And we're gonna go belly. Oh my God, holy crap. Remember to take that off. $892. Wow. Holy crap, that's bad. Oh my God. Oh, I did not expect it to be that bad. Wow, geez. Let's compare that. Let's compare that. So I'm gonna go ahead and use, which ones do you guys want to see? You want to see the circuit breaker, the Donhiki, the Nikiri, or the Honisuki? Redo that one? Okay. Let's redo that one first. Let's see. Let's get an average, right? Oh boy, that is, wow. Incredible. Incredible. Okay, redoing it. This is the Henkel, made in India. This is their like more basic series. So this one is a stamped flat. Yeah. Okay, we're over 600, 700, 8. No way. That's at 1,000 now. That's no way. No. Ah! Jeez. Oh my God. Oh, this is brand new out of the box. Oh my Lord, that is terrifying. Ah, what is going on there? Oh, geez. Okay. Let's see. The knife-shaped axe. Redo the Spain one. It's not gonna be that different right now. I got told 250 before. Circuit breaker, circuit breaker. Yeah, I don't. I guess it mildly depends on where the blade rests. Yeah, so normally what you would want, normally what you want to do, I'm not going to just because it takes a lot of time, is you want to take like some references across the entire blade. So some on the tip, some on the on each, and then do an average, and then you can map it out and all that kind of stuff. But the when I got the circuit breaker, and I actually did this, and if you go to Zentre's channel and you actually see these the circuit breaker explanation video, right? Then we actually see, then you can actually see that the oh my God, this is actually this is, I need to get a new one. This is difficult without the thing. How did I manage it so quickly the first time? Okay, there we go. There's like just a little plastic nub left that I can actually tighten still. So, but like when the circuit breaker came, it got a 70, which is honestly that's very not normal. Check its PC. So I wouldn't say that it's a that's pretty regular. I have been using this thing a lot, and I just cut into steel. Ooh, wow. Okay, I see where it cut into the steel. I will not use that part. All right, so let's see what it does. And I've been using the hell out of it. I've 155, and I just cut into the cutting rod with it too. So yeah, uh, objective measure of a good objective measure of things that of where knife sharpness is. Like I said, this is not quite as objective as people would have you believe. Knife sharpness is not. While it is about thinness, it also depends on how it catches onto certain materials and objects. So yeah, something that is very, very good at shaving might not be good for other jobs. That's why we have different knives, and why it's not just get something super thin and that's just, oh my god, yeah, well, it still works. It's just a little bit more difficult. Explain the numbers again. Okay, so the numbers are the grams of force required to cut the grams of force required to cut this thin little wire. I'm gonna see if you guys can. I don't know if you guys can see the thin wire there. So there's a thin wire that gets tucked between the between here, and then you put a knife up to it and you cut it. And that is the amount of force that it takes to cut it, and therefore um, and therefore shows that how sharp a knife is, and a more, not the most objective, but a more objective way of determining a knife's sharpness in numbers. So absolutely cannot see it. Yeah, it's a thin wire. It's a thin wire. Um, and okay, now so those were the Henkels. They were not the best. Let's go for this Mercer. This is also brand new out of the box. Um, which line are the Henkel knives? Those are just Henkels. I don't know. I'm showing off different kinds of German knives and stuff right now because I'm going to do some sharpening on stream and show you guys that, like, it's fine. If you can't sharpen with that thing, it is literally just a skill issue. So this is the Mercer. We're gonna cut with it, and Mercer out of the box does way better than Henkel's. But I'm gonna guess most people know about Henkel's and not Mercer as much. So this one actually also hit 146. Pretty good. That's about where I kind of expect a knife to be out of the box. So Mercer, uh, that's kind of why we did it. We had them for culinary school. They're solid. But X50 CR MOV 15, especially Mercers, tend to have a pretty soft edge. I believe Mercers, because they tend to cater to more heavy use and not for edge retention, the Mercers will generally be like 54 HRC. So edge retention not as good, and you can't get it quite as sharp. And then we were talking, and then earlier for those who were here, we were talking about how China is actually becoming one of the best at making knives. So we saw the Spanish one, not so good. Mercer, I believe, is also made in China. And then this is a very interesting no-name. This is a very interesting no-name German-style knife that I picked up that is also by a Chinese company. And let's test this one out. That's very good. That has the best rating so far at 140. So why I find that and why I do find that interesting is we were talking about it before, like I said, is that a lot of the German companies and the German steel just has not kept up with the times and has not been being improved. And how that relates to what I do want to be, what I'm finally going to get to here is the sharpening. Is when you do any kind of sharpening, when you do any kind of like, yeah, I'm going to use the sink bridge just so I don't get stuff all over my board. When you do any kind of sharpening, you don't need the best stone in the world. What stones are is they are abrasive surfaces that cut your knife, which I know is weird to think about, like you're cutting a knife, but that's what they are. They're abrasive surfaces like sandpaper. They're sandpaper. You can think an easy way to explain it, I think that is easy for people to understand, is it's sandpaper in a stone form. And so that just slowly scratches away and then gets away the knife. Tell me, and then so this one here, was the worst, so we're gonna go ahead and do this one first. Also, an interesting thing is that like these are brand new knives, but like they're scratching really easily, just like from random stuff on the counter. I swear like salt particles are causing scratches in them because they're soft. The price differences of the knives, I don't know off the top of my head, to be perfectly honest. Let me know if let me know if the sound is bad on this. So two sharpened knife, basically, I'm gonna try and more or less match the angle over here. This is kind of a feel thing that you can feel once you're used to it, but one of the best ways that you can figure out the proper angles, or because like you just need to keep a consistent angle. We actually do have a with the starter kit that is in here. There is a angle guide that is 15 degrees, which is where the knife is going to be. So you can use that to help you sharpen and help angles. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna freehand it. Let me know if does that sound suck? Okay. And this is a fairly soft steel, so this should go pretty quick. I'm maintaining, and you'll see the easiest way to maintain an angle as well is you'll see that my wrist, my fingers, and everything are locked, and I'm rocking actually back and forth. I'm pulling primarily from the elbow and the back, and then using my hips to create more of that motion so that I can keep my angles locked. One of the biggest mistakes of beginners when they're doing this is that they try to use the wrist and the fingers. When you use the wrist and fingers, that's when things go bad. Wow, yeah, I already formed a burr. And then you want to form a burr, which means is you can feel the lip of the metal folding over there. I use the ambidextrous method, which means I use both my left hand and my right hand. I can do a single hand method, and that one is just kind of like up to personal preference. Similarly, I do an edge leading stroke primarily, and then there are people who will say one way or the other on edge leading versus edge trailing. And basically, one of the funniest jokes I heard in the knife community was, if you're stuck in the woods, and you need help to get out, all you need to say is all you need to do is pull out your knife and start sharpening it, and 10 people will come out of the woods telling you that you're doing it wrong. Once again, the basics of knife sharpening is very simple. We're just removing material, getting a apex. Whether it's edge leading, edge trailing, if it's removing metal and you're getting a good edge out of it, that's good. That's it. Don't overcomplicate things. 80-20, you know? Boom. We have a burr already on this side. That was just on the 1000 grit. And then we're gonna go back to the other side. Light stroke. I'm just gonna do like 2 or 3. Back to this side. 1, 2, 3. Go down to 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. And we're getting feather light now so that we can remove as much of the burr as possible. 2, 1, 2. I have more of a burr on, yeah, I have more of a burr on this side. That should more or less remove. For breaking or getting stuck, yeah, I mean, like if you want to get super technical, edge trailing has less chance of things breaking or getting stuck, correct? But also, in theory, if you want to get super deep into it, also creates more of a burr and doesn't remove a burr as well, but whatever. Like I said, not one of those things that is very, I still need to wipe everything down. It's not one of those things that is extremely relevant. You don't really have to worry about it. Similarly, I just sharpened this to 1000, and realistically, 1000 is all you have to get up to for most kitchen work. Like actually pretty much all kitchen work. So at this point, this knife would be fairly sharp, sharper than much sharper than it was before. And then I would just do a little stropping, which also comes with the kit. And we can go up to 12K. The stones we give you actually go all the way up to 8K, which I'm not gonna lie, I think is excessive, but you know, it's there if you want it. I'm just gonna bring this up to 3K just doing it once on one stone seems just like not good as a show. So let's you know, let's go up to 3K. This does not feel like 3K though. I will say this grit does not feel like 3K. But also it doesn't really matter either because if it's sharp, right? The actual grit and effective grit is not going to matter that much. Wow, that's fast. Yeah, this is so soft. Yeah, the permanent marker thing is absolutely fantastic. One of the things I was thinking about is I kind of want to create a. This is along with the practice knife. I would say a knife like this is a pretty good practice knife as well. But along with the practice knife, one of the things I was thinking about is if I could create some kind of system in which you can practice sharpening just by using a felt marker and then like a surface, like a felt surface that like slowly removes that, but like also that because it's not hard, it might cause problems. That took like 10 strokes and I already have a burr. That is insane. This is such a soft knife. It's a soft boy. It's incredibly soft. Wow. Are splash stones worth it over soaking stones? Yeah. There's actually not a huge difference between splash stones and soaking stones. That tends to just be on the style of stone. There are some natural stones that require more soaking, some that don't. And then there are also some natural Japanese stones that will get ruined if you soak them. In the end, they're all just abrasive surfaces. These are soaking stones. I don't like soaking stones as much personally because I'm very impatient. So I would prefer to be able to just get going right away without needing to be able to soak. So like all the stones that I prefer are non-soaking stones. When you say a burr, what it is in that context? When I am removing metal from the knife, when I am sharpening like this, metal will slowly accumulate over the surface. Can I show this on the microscope? One sec. Let me form a huge burr on this, which will make it a little less sharp, but like whatever. I'll fix it later, hopefully. You do not want to be sharpening like this when you're starting. I'm still maintaining my angle, but this is definitely a lot faster than you really should be. Yeah, some metal that rolls over. I have microscopes for this. Now, let's see if we can show this on camera. Basically, as you remove metal from the surface, as you remove metal, uh, it will bend over. So if we look at a paper towel, right, and we say this is the edge, if you the whetstone is pushing against it, so it will eventually bend it over, like that. And that's the burr. And all the metal that you've scraped off will like kind of stick. I mean, like, I'm designing knives, right? Like, so I kind of need this stuff to be able to, you know. See if we can. Oh. Like I want when I'm doing knife design, when I'm doing knife design, when I'm doing any kind of thing, I want to make sure that I am doing well for that thing. I'm not just like, here we go. Can you guys see that? No, not really. Let me turn my laptop around. Let me see what you guys are seeing. Okay. There we go. Can you guys, there? Okay. So it's a little scuffed, but it's fine. So what you can see is over here along the edge, if you look really closely, you might need to enlarge, you can see that roughness, right? An edge should not be that rough. That's all that excess metal, that's the burr. And when that's all the metal, that's a lot of the metal that you have sharpened off, and then and then that will interfere with how well it cuts. It's not the worst thing in the world. Some people are a little too excessive about burrs, but generally speaking, we want to try and get that off. So when we are sharpening, I do at the very end, edge leading, soft strokes, alternating sides will help you get rid of this. And then also, I'll put this over here. And then also a strop, which also comes with the kit that we're giving. And yeah, we will, let me turn this off. And the strop is like, yeah, let me get rid of this burr. So you see, and that's gonna be on one side. When I do this, you'll see if I try to put my fingernail over it, it will actually catch. So, and I don't know if you guys can hear that. That's my fingernail catching on that burr. And now if I go on that side with the burr, with edge leading strokes, now if I do it, you can see my fingernail is now passing over because I've removed some of that burr, some of that excess metal. Of course, as I do this on this side, it'll start moving off to the other side instead. So which is why at the very end, we just do some very, very light alternating strokes, and that will help remove the burr. To remove the burr completely in order to form the best apex legends, you also want to strop. Okay, so we've mostly removed it. This stone also wears really quickly, so there's a little bit more maintenance involved with these kind of stones as well, which is not necessarily a bad thing either. Because we actually do give you this as well. So this is a stone maintenance. This is for stone maintenance. Generally speaking, before or after. I usually like after, so I can get to sharpening right away when I want to sharpen. You do this, you flatten out your stone. Yes, via sharpening to restore a tip that has broken off. Yes, that is tip restoration. I actually have a broken off tip on this knife over here. And there is that does have an 800, so I can actually show the tip. I can actually do tip restoration live on stream if you guys want. You want to see that? You cannot keep the stones in water all the time. If you keep the waters in stones all the time, it will start to wear down, and it can mold. And you don't want that. And you can see after I flatten down the stone a little bit, it's a little clogged. You want to just wash that off. And yeah, so that's kind of like the basic of sharpening here. And that's the stones these are the actual stones that will be in the kit. They are not the best stones in the world, but they work. and you won't be able to tell the difference either way. One of our stretch goals is oh my God, this keeps falling. I'm sorry if you guys keep hearing that. One of our stretch goals is diamond stones. Now you'll see this one's kind of rusted because I kind of left water on it. Don't leave water on them. Make sure you dry them off, otherwise they will rust. Yeah, but one of the stretch goals is diamond stones, which are harder, cut faster, and a little easier to maintain. So this is a dual stone. It's a 800, 1200, and yeah. We're still figuring out exactly which grit we want, but man, are we actually at that already? Where are we on? Wow. But yeah, let me wipe this off, and then we're gonna go to stropping real quick. So we saw how bad this was before, right? So we're just gonna do a quick strop. Stropping. So this is a synthetic leather, and it is, hey, what's up, Barrett? This is a synthetic leather, and as a rough side and a fine side. And what this strop does, and what stropping does, is it also pulls off more of that burr, and just finishes your knife. This is aluminum. This is aluminum oxide chromide. I forgot which one it was exactly. It's one of those compounds, but it is a mild abrasive compound, which will help also remove that burr. We actually give you this much, and this is a little excessive. Honestly, you will not go through this in an entire lifetime worth of sharpening, I think, unless you're like professional sharpening. But so this will last you a while. So you don't have to reload this very often at all. And how you strop is also fairly easy. You just get that angle that you had before. One of the other tricks with sharpening and angles as well is that when you get the angle you want, right, then you can actually just take your thumb or whatever and just press it against the knife, at the back of the knife, and then you'll see where it leaves a mark on your thumb, and you just remember where that mark is. And then you can also draw that mark on your thumb. And then so every time you go to reset your edge, you go press it again, and you go, oh, okay, now I have my angle. And we just go alternating, so the alternating sides in X pattern. Draw across very lightly. What you want to do with stropping, generally speaking, if you're having trouble with it, is to have a slightly higher angle. And then you can just micro bevel it. That'll get rid of the burr for sure. That gets a little deep in like detail work, but it can help if you're having trouble and you're like, this isn't doing anything. You might be holding your angle too shallow. That should be enough for this knife. Happy birthday, welcome to the Oldies Club. Yeah, to be fair, if Oldies is like 30, I've been here. I know this side has a little bit more burr, so I'm just gonna not alternate. Some people really hate it when I do this for some reason. Just like not alternating and just going for it. Boom, boom. Honestly, that should be good. And as always, test it out on your hair. Ooh, what the hell dropped over there? And we have some hairs being popped. Not the best, but once again, trying to show you. Don't know if that's gonna see or not. There's hairs. It's not the best. So straightening it out that's not crooked, that's more what a honing rod does. The honing rod actually does still remove some amount of material because hardness is not a monolith. So this will be better about restoring, edges like that. Yeah, no, don't test it out on your arm. You shouldn't. I do, but material science speaking, what does the leather do for it that a whetstone won't? So a whetstone is an abrasive surface that will cut into it. When it cuts into it, that also means that the metal is that metal might not be cut off all the way and is hanging off on the surface. Because it's grinding, it doesn't cut in the standard way. It's more like grinding. So there's going to be little pieces that are on there. The leather, because it's a more irregular surface, it's not as abrasive. It will basically pull those off. And then having some stropping compound, which is a mild abrasive and a very fine one, will help finish the cut. Like if you've ever cut something and there's a tiny bit hanging off and you didn't cut all the way through, that's basically what a burr is. So the stropping just helps you finalize that and get that all off. And then like honing like this can also help remove burrs. There's going to be a lot of people who are like, oh, don't, like this is just going to dull your knife. Yeah, and this is where I'm talking, and this is what I was talking about with like sharpness not being quite as universal as you might think, is because when you're sharpening in that way, when you're sharpening and having a paper towel or some kind of cutting medium like that, versus a tomato, there's just going to be different cuts. And when you strop or don't strop correctly, or your edge is too smooth, it can be difficult to catch onto the edge of a tomato. But I guarantee you, if your edge is very smooth and not cutting into a tomato, even though you've sharpened it very well, and maybe it's like your stropping wasn't the best or whatever, if you do this on a honing rod, it will cut into a tomato. Because this will pull off some of the burrs, but not all of them, and create a more and creates a rougher edge. So yeah, that's pretty good. Neat. And this is one of those. I will die on this hill, and it will upset a lot of knife enthusiasts. I believe if you cannot get your knife sharp and you did a sharpening run and you're not the best at sharpening, and you did a strop and all that kind of stuff, hit it with a honing rod. Knife enthusiasts hate honing rods for some reason, but there is a very, very good reason why people who aren't knife enthusiasts, but people who use knives for their job all the time, like honing rods. Chefs and cooks and butchers use honing rods all the time because it's a very fast way to restore a serviceable edge. Because it's more or less kind of pushing things around, and it does a little bit of abrasion, but not that much. At some point, this will stop working, and you do need to actually take it to the stone. But using this and the strop, and like also a lot of the time, similarly, because this is a mild abrasive, a lot of the times when your knife is also feeling a little dull, you can just run it on the strop, and reasonably, if you're running the knife on the strop and the honing rod all the time, and you're not like doing microchips on the blade, right? Talking about like, okay, you're messing up the blade, then your knife sharpness is going to last for a very, very long time. Anyway, let's test the edge now. Let's see how much I sharpen this. I put a big burr on it, so I don't know how well it's gonna do because I did. So, everyone remember. Hey, sup, Eck? Everyone say hi to Eckhart's Ladder. He's been a fantastic partner and someone we've worked with for a very long time. He was the first one that we made a flavor with, Masaman Curry. And also, I know way too much about Star Wars lore now because of his videos. So, thanks. All right, let me get this set up. I broke this a little bit, but it's okay. Masaman Curry 100 out of 10. We found it's a divisive flavor. I think it's like some like the fermented fish paste and stuff that we put on it. Like some people just don't like for whatever reason. So, but eh. All right. So previously previously we had this this was rating like 1,000, right? So, yay! I didn't do the best job at sharpening it because I would, but wow, 252 compared to 1,000. I also actually don't even know if this steel is going to be able to, like, I think I'd have to work at it pretty hard in order to get a really good edge on it. But 252, like it cuts. Let's see what it does on a tomato, right? So, you guys see? Cool. I would say that's a pretty serviceable edge. I think no one would complain about this edge. This seems, you know, like, it's seems like a fairly decent edge. So yeah, and then you have people who will just be like, oh yeah, you know, you need it even sharper or whatever. And it's like, no, that's where we get into the flavor of the cut, right? So this previously not good knife with a not the best sharpening stones. I'm pretty sure this is sharper than most of your knives that people here are using. Right? Like, I'm like fairly certain. Ah! See, flip up on that one. But oh, tomato juice all over the floor! And I threw it on the ground! Anyone remember that? No? If you do, you're probably close to 30, if not over it. Yeah, do we need more tomatoes? Probably not. The edge geometry on this blade is also just not good, but whatever. Because we can now do some fine dicing. The big difference in like edge retention and things like that would just be, or the big difference between like different kinds of knives at this point would be how well does it take the edge, how long does it take to sharpen, how long does it keep the edge, and how does it feel when you are cutting. So I think one of the funniest things is that I sharpened this knife, right? And this knife is doing pretty well, but but this blade geometry and thinness behind the blade, I think would actually do better than the more expensive one, because the more expensive one is actually thicker and more likely to wedge. They do that because the kind of clientele they want to cater to and the kind of people they want to sell to is more generalists. So they build specifically for they build the knives specifically for people who just want to have a knife for general things, aren't really learning anything about the knife, and will probably abuse it. That's why you have that kind of thickness, and that's why you do have that kind of blade shape and structure. But it makes for an objectively worse knife. It's a worse experience. It doesn't cut as well. All kinds of problems with how that goes. But it does make it so that the possibility of damaging the knife is going to be a lot lower. For us, I don't want to design for that, which is why like a lot of this and the concept of VKS is going to be about learning how to use everything correctly. It's going to be about, you know, like, hey, like, how do you do proper edge alignment? How do you do these cuts? What are some of the common pitfalls, right? And humans learn better through story. We learn better when we talk about things and have people connected to it, um, which is why everyone's favorite stories, you can remember the characters and the traits and what happened in the episodes and all that kind of stuff, but maybe not in the textbook that you read. Information presented in a vacuum is hard to memorize unless you spend tons of time repeating it. Um, so when we are actually looking, so when we're talking about learning, when we're talking about trying to teach people in a way that is interesting, and also learning like the pitfalls, then you can tell stories about the pitfalls, like why you don't want to use a thinner knife with a thinner edge on a butternut squash. Like, uh, so one of the quiz questions that I had talked about, um, what knife do you want to use on a butternut squash? Um, and in that case, a lot of the thinner knives I would not use on a butternut squash. I would, if I had something like if I had, and like for instance, the circuit breaker, I would not use the circuit breaker on butternut squash. It has too high of a chance of breaking or being damaged because of how hard that is. In that circumstance, a softer knife that is tougher and not as likely to chip or break, like the thicker German steels, is going to be the correct solution for that. I actually had a coworker, for instance, who he was the grill cook. He came in. He came in. He was so proud. He had a brand new Japanese knife, $400, and he was bragging about it, showing it off to everyone and all that kind of stuff. The first cut he made got out of butternut squash, and you could hear the snap across the room. Everyone froze, and you could see his face just fall and turn into fear. And this guy was a pretty arrogant guy who was very confident, fun guy to be around. Uh, but you just saw his soul be crushed. He lifts up the knife, right, and you can see there's this giant fourth inch hole just taken out of it, and just still stuck in the butternut squash. And he just puts the knife down. He walks to the walk-in, and you know he was just crying in there. No one said anything. Everyone just felt bad for him. No one was gonna like do anything. I think someone else ended up grabbing a butternut squash, finish that for him. Here, I can drop this knife. It doesn't make a good sound. Whatever. Um, but for instance, but now I've told you that story, right? If I just told you, hey, don't use thin knives on butternut squash, you'll be like, okay, why? And then you might not remember it. But I'm pretty sure now, every time you see a butternut squash, right, or see a Japanese knife, you'll remember this story about this poor guy who spent half the day now crying in the walk-in because of his poor $400 new knife. It ended up, he did end up restoring it. So like, I think he sent it back to the manufacturers or the bladesmiths who made it, and they basically just ground off all of that and reshaped the knife so it became like a utility knife instead of like a chef knife. So, you know, that was nice of them at least. And then from then on, he never would use that on tough things and would only use it on things that are like nice and soft to cut. Yeah, but yeah, that's so power of stories, right? Is interestingly enough, I think it's a very interesting human experience to sit there and go there. If you have additional information, it will actually, you would think, hey, no, there's way more to remember, therefore it should make it harder to actually remember. But in reality, as human beings, remembering something in a vacuum is much, much more difficult than remembering that piece of information when told in a story, especially if you're able to layer that story with a lot of kinds of information. And that's kind of what we're aiming to do. eventually with Vite Kitchens and VKS, like we're starting out with like light novel sort of stuff, right? Um, we're starting out with writing and illustrations. Eventually, maybe we can make like whole manga um, chapters and volumes and things, and then and things like that in order to teach. Eventually, obviously, the end goal is make our own anime. Make everything fully 2D animated. You can see the story. You can see the different. You can see the story being played out, um, and you're able to really experience. You're able to really experience things in a more interactive experience and way. And as we're doing this, and as we're doing this, and as we're doing it more and more, we also it's not just about like knife skills and everything like that, but to create a world, to create a story, to make something that's just really fun that is worth doing and watching and interacting with, even beyond uh, learning knife skills, learning how to cook better, and being able to do stuff easier and better. I heard one of the weirdest things actually with a lot of people that for a lot of people it seems like the cutting prep using the knife is the most painful part of the process for them. Like it's where like they're the most scared of their fingers and it's not fun and they can't wait to get it over with before they get to the actual cooking part of things. Using the stove and the pans and that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, me here going, I just cut up another tomato and I want to cut up some more tomatoes. Anyone want a huge bin of salsa fresca? Because I just want to keep cutting things because the cutting is very fun when you have a good knife and have a good technique. Uh, I, I have way too much tomato and onion-based stuff in my fridge right now because I've been testing out knives and because I've been doing all this kind of stuff. Um, let me put this in a container. So, uh, yeah, let me wash this knife real quick. Okay. Put this over here. Backer kit went up a bit more again. Nice. Where are we at now? Wow. The Chinese German style knife? Yeah. This. It's I think the funny thing is that this one has so this one isn't drop forged. Drop forged is forging it out of one piece of steel. This one is weld forged. So this thick piece of metal and the bolster and the tang over here is a separate piece of metal that actually gets welded onto the frame. This has no difference in terms of how protective the bolster is and how strong the bolster is and everything you would want from a bolster. The only difference is that it is just not drop forged. And so that does come to like a whole discussion of like, well, do you value the drop forging process as a technique? If you want to pay extra for that technique, even if it doesn't necessarily grant you any utility, just like how the cost of the Mizu Hanyaki over there has a lot more to do with respecting the craftsmanship behind it and the craftsman who gained skills for it, then that's your prerogative. But personally, if it were drop forged and made and handmade by a person, an artisan, I would be willing to pay a lot more for it because it was made by someone's hands and they can express their belief about knives, how things should cut, and their skill and everything through that piece. But when it comes to mass-produced pieces like this, yeah, are some of these knives drop forged? Yes, but no longer made by an artisan or handmade or anything. It is drop forged by gigantic machinery. And if that's the case, then I don't care that it was drop forged anymore. Then I'm going to look at more at utility because there's no person involved anymore. There's no story behind the person. Same reason why we are willing, and it's the same reason why we are willing to pay more stuff for small businesses and small artists, and why we don't like things like AI art is because human connections and human emotions and expression and feeling is a result of humans connecting with humans. Because of that, we want to pay more. We want to understand their stories, their processes, what they went through, the skill that they gained. If we're looking for pure utility through life all the time, I think it makes for a dull and miserable life. So things like some of these knives that I've bought, could I get a knife of the same kind of utility for much cheaper? Yeah, I could, 100%. But to have a knife like that, to own something that is so special and still functional and still tell a story behind that knife, I think is what makes that special and what makes that worth having. And then to be able to tell the story to you guys too, right? VK stories, learning in text form, live stream, video lessons. Yeah, so what I want to be doing is having the lessons. It's going to be a little, because I want to create immersion and because I want to create immersion and I want these things to be very world-based so that you can have that suspension of disbelief and stuff. If I were to just be here and doing this as is and teaching all the time, then it would kind of like not work with that experience. So even if I am on screen as well, I would be playing a character. And it would be tied to lore in some way, shape, or form. And potentially also through these live streams and VODs and things like that, would be dropping hints about future content or little pieces of the puzzle to put together as well. So, cosplay cooking, yeah, I guess kind of. Yeah, there's a couple different concepts I've been thinking about on how this can be possible. So there is the concept of the founder, right? Like in this world's canon, obviously Vite Ramen and stuff exists. So it's just like, okay, so what if these are just like canonically watching videos from the past, right? That's one way to do it. That's definitely going to be something I use every so often, but I think too many of those and it also isn't fun. So the other ways are going to be having full costumes and sets and other things like that to be able to teach live Q&As and things like that. So the I want to see Cyberpunk Tim's OC. There's been a couple already actually in Zentreus videos. Yeah. We have one on the Vite Ramen YouTube that it's like a 7-minute long video and tells a story. I think I because like that video was definitely a little bit rougher because I was trying to cram a ton of story and references and world building and dialogue and character and all that kind of stuff into a very, very short amount of time. I think it worked somewhat, but it wasn't the best executed. And then there's also like, I think it might, I probably could have done better on it if I also just had more time to work on it, but reasonably, there's only so much time I can to work on some of these projects, so, you know. The steel of the knives mentioned, those are like X50 CRMOV 15, so they're like pretty, like, steels. The comparison there was just like how poorly they sharpen compared to like the steel of the knives mentioned, the VKS knives. Those are VG10, so same steels same steel base, I should say, as these. Because the cutting core is going to be VG10 core, but this also has Damascus clad Sus 420 with it, which is a little bit different from the VKS knife, which is going to be a pure VG10 blade. So we might come out with different versions and things later, but with how we're planning on releasing knives is, every knife, I want every knife to have like a character attached to it, so that there is the ability to see different uses of the knife, how those knives are used, and why we have different kinds of knives. So even comparing, for instance, the Nikiri, which is also a rectangle-looking knife, the Nikiri and the Taidal you could see as very similar knives. They are both meant for vegetables, but they have very different use cases, right? So this one has a much larger belly, so is much better for rock chopping. Has the broad flat blade, which can be used for scooping things up. Don't scrape it. You can angle to scoop. This one has a much flatter blade, and is also a little different from a traditional Nikiri because it doesn't have the angle over here. Instead, we opted for the sharper tip to do more tip work. So it's more of a hybrid Western design instead. And this one is more of the push cut style. So back and forth like this, compared to this, which if you did just that, then it wouldn't work as well. So this one's a rock chop style. So different knives, different use cases, and there are also Taidal styles that have the flatter blade as well. There are Nikiris that have a larger belly, or have the cutout over there, or are called Nikiri and then look very different. There are certain styles in Nikiri that look more like this, which is like, and this, if I ask most people what this is, they'd probably say it's a santoku. This is a usuba. This is also considered a vegetable knife, but it's just a different kind, different style. This is single bevel. So single bevel meaning it is sharpened on one side only. You can see this side is completely flat. Well, it's not actually completely flat. There's actually a bit of a hollow grind out cut into it, which helps food release. And single bevel knives have their own uses and stuff as well. Or we can look at these three knives together, right? So they're all Kurutskes or K-tips in some way or shape or form. I guess if you want to be hyper stickler about definition, then quote unquote true Kurutskes should be single bevels. So this one would be the only quote unquote true Kurutske single bevel. This one is also a hand forged knife. This one is also pretty pricey. It's like 400 as well. But this one's also a lot thicker, and it is more of the general use versus this is Shun's offering, which is they call it a Kurutsuke as well, but it's more along the lines of what the circuit breaker is, which is a K-tip gyoto. But that's like arguing over definitions, and even even in Japan, it's like regionally speaking, it depends on how you want to interpret it. So I want to see a vegetable cleaver like the Danhiki shape with VKS handles maybe later if you expand the line. Yeah, we have well, we're gonna have some other stuff coming out because so the VKS line and vacation stuff is going to be kind of it will have it'll hold and carry other knives and things like that. VTubers are going to be canon in that universe because VTubers are the future. Still hold to that. But insofar as how knives are introduced and where and how knives are introduced, I want to always be a canon event in some way. So even if we have a partnership with the Vite Kitchens side of things on branding and things like that, it would be introduced in a story. It would be introduced in a way that you can learn from and write some story and canon event and things around it in order to still be engaging and be interesting and work on that story building world side of things. Whereas Vite Ramen is going to be running more of the classic kind of partnerships and things like that. So Vite Kitchens is going to be extremely world building, story oriented, and experience oriented. The V VTuber stands for Vite. True. Would you release a magnetic knife holder to buy through VKS? Yes, that's actually one of the stretch goals. What is the stretch goal at? 150,000, I think. They're very expensive to make. So like, the ones I was showing off over there, they're very expensive to make, and therefore would be very expensive to buy as well. Um, the they use a lot of material, and yeah, they're so we would need to do a lot. Yeah. Yeah, if we do reach there, it would be if we do reach there, it would be an add-on as well. So any tier could technically add it on. But yeah. More minimalist design. Barrett, can you elaborate on minimalist design? YouTubers. Because I think because I think my problem with minimalist design in knives is that it just ends up becoming something like this. And so it's just kind of boring. Because there's in terms of minimalism, in terms of knife design, you have restrictions in shape because shape shape defines the knive's functionality. So when doing any kind of design on the shape, you trying to create a design language that matches with a certain kind of aesthetic or style is always going to be extremely difficult when matching it to having something that is very, functional. Like something like the Donhiki, which has a very unique shape. It has already been ripped off. I'm rather proud of because it allows us to have something that is very unique in shape, but still calls to the lore and canon of Geary's battle axe and things like that. We actually have a GIF, I think, on the page where it shows the transformation of the battle axe into this. So your knife holder is wood and resin. What about a more skeleton style? Yeah, I mean, that would be some. Yeah. It could be done, but personally, right now, I'm more into like more maximalism and like ADHD color and stuff everywhere because the knife world is so, like I said, it's like look at these things. Look how boring this is. This is all the stuff in the knife world. Why this board under it is interesting because we designed the little sneak peek. Don't worry about too much about that one. But like yeah, things with color and things with expression, things with design and form that still is utilitarian and functional. That's the kind of stuff we want to create, and emphasizing that with character, emphasizing that with story, emphasizing that with all the things that I love about creating stories and human connections and things like that. I go into the store and get all the knives I want, but blade covers. Yeah, we have. I mean, we have. The circuit breaker is going to be coming with a pretty cool new kind of knife handle cover. Oh, I we're gonna make an announcement next week because that's when I think when we start shipping the Donhiki Wave 2s. But like the Donhiki Wave 2s also have a new knife cover with it, and then we also got a bunch of knife covers for people who have the Donhiki V1 but didn't get it, and then we'll ship those out, and then if you have a Donhiki V1, then you would be able to just contact us, and then so long as you pay the shipping, we'll get it to you for free. Like the knife cover itself, we'll pay for. We can't pay for all the shipping, unfortunately. That just gets a little too expensive, unfortunately. So long as you pay for the shipping, and you have a Donhiki V 1.0, then we'll send that to you for free. So, are you adding lessons for your current existing knives? Yes, sort of, sort of. We are. So that's like some of the things that I do need to figure out and slowly um, uh, progress along the way. So like for instance, these knives will be available in the Vite Kitchens shop um, as like guest knives and things like that. Nice thing being that with like all these knives that we've developed so far, we have created fun little stories to go with each and every single one of them. So they all fit in the lore building and canon aspect of things. Um, so all of these will work pretty well for that. Yeah, I will. We'll be sending out an email next week, so keep an eye out for that. I think we do have. I think we do have a limited amount of the covers for now, but you know, if they're popular and like more people want the knife covers from the 1.0 than we have currently, then we'll just make another order. We'll get you. We'll take care of it. We'll take care of you guys. Why do some Japanese have a hexagon octagonal? Yeah, that's gonna be a design preference thing. So for instance, here, this is a pretty good example. Here's 3 Japanese knives. So this one has the octagonal wa handle. You can see that it's not a it is slightly different. Some of these also have a canter to one side to make it better for right hand. So it'll have more of a it'll jut out more on this end to help with grip on that particular side. This one is a universal. This one's more universal on how the grip is. That being said, it is a single. It is a single sided blade, which also makes it inherently just right-handed. Meanwhile, this one is Kamuki. This one is a purely round oval handle. You can see this one. I don't know if you can see. Let me see if I can point it. This one has that little point I was talking about. You can see that's not purely round. It has that little bias. Let me see if I can. It might show it better on the black shirt like this. Yeah, you can see there's a little bit more of the bias on this, and you see that there's like a little edge point there, even though it's primarily round. And that's going to be preferences on how you like the handle shape, how you like to hold it, and so on and so forth. And then this one is also an octo handle, right? So octagonal Y handle, but it has like that cool design aspect that makes it look sharper on that side. So that's going to be primarily preference, design, yeah, and how people hold it. So if a knife is going to be better. So like for instance, I've talked about it in some of the videos, but for instance, you know, this one, pinch grip all the way. I mean, you can 4-finger grip it as well. The Gyoto, circuit breaker, right? Pinch grip. You can't really. This groove is designed to be uncomfortable if you try to hammer grip it, but it is also a knife like this also very, very good for the 4-finger grip, right? Those long, clean slices, very good for this. And then like Girl DM's knife, where it also has that downwards cut design because it's a smaller knife to encourage that pinch grip instead of the upwards cut. So yeah. The honing rod. Oh man, do we? Hey, James or someone is. We had that. We had. Do we have the thing generated from Jake? If not, then we'll put it up later. But oh man, oops, forgot about adding that one. Almost at wow. Will you ever release the Blanc ramen flavor? You mean cock? Hey, Zero Circus, are you talking about the cock? Oh, hey! What's up, Pookie? You also want the cock? Oh, man. Uh, okay, oh, yeah, sorry. The tier 3 honing rod. So this is what the tier 3 honing rod, so this is what my rod looks like right now, you know? It's you know, it's got a good length. It's nice and solid. You know, it's very good for its utilitarian use. It has a magnetic draw to it, but it's not the prettiest. It's not the prettiest in the world. Um, uh, the upgrade that we want to do, because there is an MOQ involved in doing it, is to transform this handle into, you know how the VKS and VKP have like these really nice looking handles with color and everything. Once again, not a big fan of just like just straight boring, color like this. It like even when you're talking about black colors, there are different kinds of black colors that will be more striking or have more shine to it or more matte finishes and will look better or worse. And I don't like these kind of standard ones. So this was one of those things that is just like, if we got enough MOQ, then we'd be able to transform this handle into instead a pretty one with colors like the VKP and VKS, which almost there. So yeah, good functional rod, could be prettier. So we're gonna make it pretty. Cyberpunk. You can cyber kit anything, including your rod. 300 to go to beautify Tim's rod. Why you gotta say it like that? Okay, I'm gonna move these out of the way, just so I can have more room to continue yapping. Oh my God, I did not think about how to put this. Whatever, that's fine. Surely putting it like that won't be dangerous, and I won't knock it off the counter at some point. Hopefully. Beautify the rod. Ah. You know what? Should I just tweet that? Should I just tweet that? 300 to go to beautify Tim's rod. I'll just take a picture. One sec. Taking a picture with chat.
Cool. Does that work? I don't know.
Dude, this mic keeps like dragging down my shirt. It's annoying. It's too heavy. Okay, now you all get to watch me as every time I post on Twitter, it takes me a while, and it's not fast. Oh no, I need to flip this image so people can actually see it. Flip image. Wait, is that that? Is that that button? No, it's not. Oh my God, what did I do? I'm not a boomer, I promise. Oh no, I guarantee you the knives will work better than Henkel's and Wusthoff's. Every single thing about the material science design, blade geometry, and everything is better than Henkel's and Wusthoff. Move to Marine. Where's this is the edit button. Sorry, I'm trying to. All right. To be fair, so I was I'm. It might sound weird, but I tend to be a more late adopter of a lot of technology. I did not get a smartphone for the longest time, and I was not on social media until I had to for Vite. It's just one of those things that like I can't be asked to learn. Honestly, a lot of the technology things, unless it's like unless I feel a need for it to uh, I guess affect things. All right, I don't know. I don't know how to tweet this. Only 300 left before the rod is beautified. Someone help out. Someone help me out with this copy. I don't. Uh, uh, rod Chat. Chat wants rod beautify. Wants to beautify my rod. Only 300 left before that happens. Oh yeah, I should post the link to the. Hey, can someone DM me the link that we're using to the backer kit? Big stick of polished silver. Um.
Oh man. All right. What?
I got off topic again. What is the next thing to I was gonna talk about? I know I have a lot. I should probably eat a little bit more and then have a little bit more caffeine, but you know, social media comes first, guys. The unironic amount of times I've had to I've delayed eating or for some reason or the other because I'm like, ah man, I forgot to get a social post out. I need to get a social post out. One day, one day, one day. Okay, now we're gonna turn into an Asmer mukbang stream as I eat the food I should have eaten a long time ago. Is the VKS apron similar to the Geary apron, just a different design cues? No, because we want to make an apron, but we have not fully decided on the design aspect. All we know is that it's going to be an apron. We know it's going to be an apron. We know it's going to look cool, and that's going to be about it. That's why it's just like it's going to be an add-on once we get to that. We also kind of want some of these higher tier items to be like things that people really want to be excited about and everything. So if we reach those, and also you know, if we do those things, we want to make sure that you know it's we're actually going to do them. Uh, so once we get there, then we'll start full design processes, and then we'll be able to post what the designs look like. Hey, what do you guys want to see? Do polls where it's just like, is this better? Is this worse? What is it that you like? Everybody vote on what your favorites are. So, hey, all right, cool. We beautified the rod. We're getting the upgrade. No, seriously. James Cole or anyone who Rory. Actually, I don't know if you can. Or yeah, I don't know if I don't know if we had the render from Jake or not. Maybe not. Okay. Okay. Cool. That's fine. I will check instead on my smartphone. I have a laptop right there. Guys, I've had a laptop that I could have just used this whole time? No, so yes, it is a traditional steel, not a diamond or ceramic on purpose. When we were actually considering that, so this one's also magnetic, which is kind of nice. When we were actually thinking about the diamond or ceramic, the biggest concern I had, because this is meant for people who want starter kits, who want to begin, is that if you mess up with a diamond or ceramic rod, right, you scrape it along in the wrong way, that's gonna make a lot of people sad. It is gonna leave some pretty bad marks on their knife, versus something like this will not. Um, Actually, let me. You want to see something really cursed? Let's see what this does to the knife. Not much. There's a little bit of a scratch, yeah, but it's not nearly as bad as if it was a diamond or ceramic. So diamond ceramic would be diamond and ceramic. Oh wow, yeah, I forgot. I also tested this on the other. I have a little chip in there from the cutting into the other steel. So yeah, diamond ceramic would be one of those things that right now right now what we're doing with VKS is this is the starter kit. This is how we begin things, and then skill trees. As you grow, as we do more things, more characters are released, more different types of knives and rods uh, and sharpening equipment and all that kind of stuff gets released, so that people, along with the characters, along with the lessons, along with all the things, so that people can use them right, so that people can learn alongside it. So it's not just, this is better. Why? I don't know. Shut the fuck up and listen to me. This is just better. Like, no, learn all the little details and learn the contexts of what matters. Um, uh, Learn through those stories so that you can make those decisions by yourself and you can go, oh, this part is important to me. Therefore, I'm going to get this compared to this. So a diamond steel, for instance, will have a more aggressive, a diamond steel will have a much more aggressive hone and will give you a much more, oh God, what am I the word I'm looking for? It's going to give you a rougher edge that has like micro serrations and stuff compared to a ceramic edge, will give you a cleaner edge. Um, so a diamond edge would be, and diamond edge will, or a diamond honing rod would also cut significantly faster. A diamond one is by definition just a small little sharpening stick. It is just a whetstone on a stick at that point. And and the argument is that like a ceramic one as well, whereas one that doesn't have that abrasion and the abrasives materials is a little bit different in how it hones a knife and realigns things compared to something that has the abrasive material. So, oh shit, Flork! Hey, thanks for backing. Make some cursed stuff with, make a cursed comic with knives, and beautifying my rod. Wet stick. Oh man, wet stick. That's fun to say. Wet stick. Get your stick wet. Oh, I was supposed to eat. I'm sorry, guys. I know you came here for the mukbang, and I'm doing a terrible job of being a mukbanger. I'm never gonna have a mukbang YouTube career. Are we gonna get recipes along with the story? Yes. So we're gonna have. So the idea is for the recipes to inform on specific kinds of cutting technique as well, and to be able to and specific kinds of cuts on the recipe and the technique and how you have to cut them and cut them precisely to put on the QR cutting board is how you will arrange things in order to unlock more story, discounts, puzzles, lore, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's going to be a lot of additional. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm really excited to be writing it and things like that. I think some people have. I think some people have been kind of like, Tim, aren't you doing a lot of stuff already? And it's like, yeah, but like this is something. But this is one of those things about burnout, right? People are like, Tim, you're doing a lot of all this additional extra stuff. Aren't you going to burn out? And I think the thing with neurodivergent burnout specifically, I'm not going to talk about every single kind of burnout, but specifically for me, someone who primarily likes being creative, I find joy in being creative and making things and writing stories and doing that kind of stuff in collaboration. If I make a lot of money, I go, neat, cool, that's okay, whatever. If that enables me to enables me to be able to create more, that's what I'm interested in. money in and of itself, I don't care about. And that's where burnout is so uh, interesting as a concept, because if I'm doing something I'm passionate about and I'm hyper fixated on it and I'm writing more and more and more, you guys should see just how much I have written for this stuff. I have basically I have basically the entire like arc and ending of what is probably going to be season one, um, already figured out. And then it's just a matter of like how are we going to go about doing that? How are we going to go about dropping the story beats and executing on it in a way that it teaches the skills and does all the things. And I'll stay up till like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. just writing. I'll go, oh crap, I really need sleep. Let me just write down this last couple things. Let me do this last couple things. That stuff energizes me instead. Burnout isn't just a pure, oh yeah, this is the amount of work that's there. It's about whether you enjoy the work, whether you find meaning in the things that you're doing. The only difference between work and play is going to be what, if you have to do it, if you're forced to do it, or if you want to do it. If you want to do something and you have fun doing it, that doesn't feel like work. Whether or not you get paid for it is, that's a whole separate matter. But in terms of like in terms of like how it affects your mental position and um, how much energy you have, enthusiasm, how you're able to continue tackling things and the world is going to be purely based on whether or not this is draining you or not. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me read. A diamond sword, sword, sword. His diamond. What? Uh, diamond stone. When is the what is the diamond stone stretch goal right now? I don't actually know. Yeah, burnout happens when the amount of effort you put in versus the reward don't add up. Yeah, I think that's a good way. That's a really good way of putting things as well. Because and I think in a lot of creative endeavors for a lot of creative people, the reward. Um, I think that's why when you start creating for the sake of numbers, that's when you burn out very quickly. That's when things definitely get more difficult. But if you are putting in effort, if you're putting in effort and the reward for you is being able to create, being able to see these things come to life through your writing, through your artwork, through your design, through whatever it is that you're doing. That's when the act of creation in and of itself is a reward and helps motivate you to do more and more and more. Eat your food. I I don't appreciate being called out like this on stream, live. Uh, yeah, I'll eat. I guess I can eat this parfait too. What about parfaits? I really love parfaits. It's not like don't. I think there's a certain irony. Like here I am talking about knives and being like, oh yeah, I just want to cut more stuff, and then it's just like, sure, I'm cutting stuff. I'm not actually cutting stuff enough, a variety of stuff, or with enough purpose to be able to make a meal out of it though. So like, yeah, like I said, just gonna turn into a mukbang stream for a little bit. As I remember to eat. Yeah, when I was scheduling this stream, I really did not think, oh yeah, when do I have time to like eat? I know I'm gonna be setting up for hours beforehand, making sure everything is going off and like the launch is happening and everything. So like, This parfait is very sour. I might need to add a little bit of sugar in there. I think the sugar wouldn't really dissolve though, so. Maybe I have simple syrup? I wonder if we have pre-made simple syrup right now. And not eating ADHD vibes? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, who would put food in front of them and then just start talking and yapping and totally forget to eat? Couldn't be me. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Well, 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 if it isn't the consequence of my actions. The knife did not fall though, so I caught it. So that's good. We're fine. We're fine. That's fine. It probably won't dissolve in there, but it'll probably work. I need a little bit more carbs. I definitely will need more protein, but you know, whatever. We'll deal with that later. Yeah, I was gonna talk more about knives. What was I gonna talk about? Knives, the experience. Oh yeah, one of the things that I think I haven't really talked about. It's one of those things that I definitely want to be doing in the future. One of the things I very much want to be doing in the future that I don't know, you know, we'll see the feasibility of it, but it to create a kind of world experience that is very interactive and continues to be interactive and like really culminates into events that are really worth watching and participating in. And I think a lot of this has to do with the amount of work we've done with VTubers and how do we bring an experience from a digital medium into real life? How do we cross that gap? How do we bridge that gap? And in this case, what I do want to be doing is that as we do more, as we release more things, and people start leveling up their skills and creating little communities around, you know, maybe they create like local little chapters of these kind of things, then we start we start having basically the ability to do like I guess the only way I could put it is boss battles and raids, where you would, where if you're selected and you've completed enough things, then you can be flown out with a team to basically, you know, Iron Chef against a handpicked team that I would be that you know I guess the writers and I don't know, it's like game runners. It's not game. It's not game runners. You know, just like we'd be selecting as part of the story, and then having these canon events where people would be able to actually just like we film the whole thing and fly people over to this kitchen stadium where people are they're given costumes. You walk onto a set. Everything is designed and built like the world, and you're facing off against masked chefs and cooks who are on the other side, and whether you actually win or lose those battles then becomes then actually creates consequences as to what actually happens in the storyline, um, what the future things are going to be, how it affects maybe someone else's down the line, and so on and so forth. Hi, Wonder Penguin. Pangu. Pangu. The thing with the marketing with VTubers and you having to rely on the email to know about it is that we can't control the algorithm. We actually release a lot of content. We release a lot of things, but if it doesn't show up on your page, there's really not much we can do about it, unfortunately. Um, we do produce quite a few videos. We produce a lot of videos, but they don't necessarily show up on people's pages. Because by and large, one of the things I will say about VTuber fans in general is that VTuber fans prefer images over videos. Every time we do a image post, it will do better than a video post of an equivalent thing. Even if we spent a ton of time producing it, a ton of time, we work with some really great guys, really good friends who actually without them, Vite Ramen wouldn't have gotten started. And we produce some really cool stuff. We spend a lot of time creating the sets, doing script writing, figuring out the lighting, editing, so on and so forth. And then it gets like 300 views. Maybe. And then we spend like weeks of time and thousands of dollars. And it's like, what? And even when we send emails about it, like the fact that you are actually even able to find it through the email is good, because we have had a lot of reports that because of like how email filtering and all that kind of stuff works nowadays, most people don't even really get the email or click through to watch the video. So it's one of those things that like I would love to be able to create a lot more of those, and I would love to continue writing scripts and to be doing those highly produced videos all the time. But unfortunately, they are very expensive, both in the amount of time, creativity, effort, and money involved in them. And then the algorithm really just does not like it. So yeah, that's 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 just some of the very unfortunate realities of how social media and content works nowadays. And it's always like, and it's always like the more improvised, like low quality content, or sorry, low production value content. Like a lot of things that I'll just like take pictures or film with my phone will end up doing better than the nicer things that we do, and that is a function of social media and how, yeah. So that's not to say like obviously we still do a lot of it. Like once again, follow our YouTube, right? Follow our YouTube and then like scroll through the videos every so often. You'll see we have done a lot, a huge amount of them. They just generally don't see live day. That's how it is. Doesn't stop me from doing them. Like reasonably, I could probably save a lot of money by just never doing them, because they like reasonably the amount of money we spend and the return we get is not worth it. But creatively, I love doing it, which is one of the other reasons why I'm starting a project like this, where I do get to be creative and have it be inherently tied into the offering itself by and I'm actually kind of surprised that I haven't gotten any questions about this. I think we did actually write a little bit about this. Is that the is that in if you look at BackerKit and you look at the pledges and the tiers, right? We don't have like, oh yeah, here you can a la carte. Here, if we were just selling things like normal, it'd be like, yeah, a la carte. Grab a honing rod, grab a sharpening kit, grab you know the VKS by itself, VKP by itself. I was super hesitant on even offering just the knife bundle itself, because in the end, the point of this is not to just sell knives and kitchenware. It is to also be able to be creative and to tell stories and write characters and things like that. So that is the fundamental offering. That is the fundamental thing I do want to be pushing with this. So we did make the decision: don't offer things a la carte, because if you're going to be backing this early and helping this project get off the ground, then I would rather have people who are here who believe in the project, in the dream, in the things that I want to do, and not just here because they're like, oh, well, I just want a cool knife. Like, I mean, sure, cool, yeah, that too. I do like, but my end goal what I want to do with everything in the end is going to be storytelling, is going to be creativity, is going to be building something up from the ground up. That why you're following, why you're interacting and engaging is because of the characters and story and everything surrounding it. So, yeah. Could you set up a dump page where we still get to see them? Get to see what? Yeah, weapon ranger. I think I think you're gonna have to clarify a little bit on dump page and what to still see. Hmm. Mm. To clarify, are we talking about Vite Ramen stuff or the eventual Vite Kitchen stuff? Either or, honestly. So I have most. I think I've posted most things on the Vite Ramen blog. I've written, not everything. To be perfectly honest, one of the reasons too is that I'm just like not the best at like understanding where to post the repository of stuff. Because like it's something we're working on. For Vite Kitchen stuff, yeah, everything is going to be. That's what the website's functionality is going to be. It's going to be, it's going to be a shop, yeah, but it's also going to have the story there, the QR stuff, the QR board, and how all that works is going to be linking there as well, and stories, lore, shorts, everything. It's going to be the hub where you can find all of that information and interact. So, I mean, by more videos, your product is not used in them, and the kind of videos alongside besides to show besides yours. Not. So the girl DM knife video is actually posted on her channel, and same with the Zentrea knives. So those are on their respective channels. I can post them onto the Vite ramen channels as well, but like we didn't want to mess with any algorithm things because like double posting can sometimes cause problems. So yeah. So kitchen utensils, outside knives and stuff like that. Yeah. Eventually, I have a lot of opinions on a lot of kitchen equipment. Honestly, on like a lot of stuff. So, um, so that really is where I hope to go because like I said with all the other knives and the other things, it's just like I want to make sure that when we make something, we are able to produce content. We are able to do things that teach people how to use them right. Like why care about it? Why be able to be informed with stories and characters and stuff to be informed about the decisions yourself. So you could include them into yeah, we could put them on the YouTube playlist. Like we do have a playlist like of like a bunch of the dumb ad videos we've done. It's just like once again, that's one of those things that like people just don't really click on. Like they do exist. They do exist. I it's one of those things that like when people do watch our stuff, they tend to enjoy it a lot and laugh at it and things like that. But I will say that what I do very well, I think, what I personally put most of my time into is creating the content itself. And then I'm not very good at things like thumbnails and titles and descriptions and that sort of stuff. That is fundamentally as a content creator. If my primary thing were being a content creator, that's what I should focus on in order to make sure that it has the relevance, it has the reach, and things that it goes for. But I am in a little bit of a unique position where I don't necessarily have to, because there are going to be a significant amount of people who watch for one way or the other anyway, and in the end, our living isn't made off of the content in and of itself, but just the kind of regular sales and regular business kind of stuff. So in that way, I want to focus on challenging myself creatively and challenging myself with the content that I produce. If you look at all the different kinds of content that we have done, all the different knife videos and all the other things that have been produced, you will be able to see at every single one, we try something very new in terms of how we're shooting it, how we're tackling a creative issue, how we're storytelling, or even use of new equipment. You know, what, like one of the things I'll probably post a little bit more about later because I'm very proud of this still that like no one saw. But I did an entire fight choreography against myself, which I don't know if. So we did a full roto. So we did full roto. Basically, basically it'd be like if I go one, two, and then three, then over here I would have to visualize how that was happening, and then go one, two, and three, and then be able to and then need to cut that together and time it and everything like that. And that's what we actually did with the Zentraya video. It's out there. It got 300 views. Uh, yeah. Um, but I have that in my repertoire, right? I can do that now. Like literally, there's like 70 viewers right now. So if like if all 70 people went and watched that video right now, we would increase the amount of viewership by like 30%. That's how few people just have watched this stuff. Even though it's cool from a technical perspective, even if it's cool from all the creative perspectives and everything like that, because I didn't optimize for the algorithm, because I focused on the content itself, it's just not going to get much reach. I do understand that, and we have always been saying, hey, we need to make more content. We should make more content, right? And we should be doing that kind of stuff. But in the end, as much as you see me here doing all of this and talking about knives and all that kind of stuff, this is not the primary thing I do, right? Like I do all the stuff. I do all the stuff that like needs to happen as as a business owner. And I still do the copywriting for a lot of stuff. And then also R&D, right? Like figuring out what kind of flavors we want to be doing, taste testing those, making the decisions on what we can get, what we can't. Um, you know, checking on operations, checking on there's there's all this stuff that I do behind the scenes, and like that's also why there are periods of time. There's like sometimes there's like a month or two where there's like barely anything posted, nothing really going on, and that's just like when I get so deep in like the back end of things of like running a business and like especially a business as like difficult as ours because we're not and this is what I love about the knife part, right? The knife part is like someone else is manufacturing these knives. I don't have to worry about the manufacturing part or the supply chain there. When we place an order with them, it comes to us ready to go for fulfillment. With the ramen side and everything else, it's dealing with the supply chain. Oh no, the pallet got lost again. This was not the right order. They got the wrong poundage. There's another delay that all gets there, and then handling like 50 different materials, and then having to get all the documentation for all that, having to keep up with like you know uh, where when this one is getting paid, when this one has to be paid, when this one has to be paid. Oh, okay, it's cool. So that's a lot of stuff at once. Let's make sure we run a marketing event over here. What kind of supplies do we have access to right now? And as much as I would love to be able to do more content, content is very expensive. Content is very expensive. Time, energy, decision making. and especially video content, which is why I want to start with what I'm most comfortable with and what I've done the most of, which is writing. And like if it's if it's 4 a.m., I can write a couple sentences. But even this setup right here, like I have tube lights going on over here. I had to check the lighting setup. I had to make sure my ISO was correct, and I had the right wire. Because if I don't have the right wire, then it's not then it doesn't the data isn't transferred well enough. I have this whole tech setup. I have to check all this stuff, and that's just for a stream. And then I also have another light over there that's providing hair light and rim light. Otherwise, it doesn't. There's it gets very technical, and just setup alone, right? I think I took like 2-3 hours just to set this up before I even did anything. And if I wanted to turn this into future content as well, here I am yapping for like 4 hours, right? And then I'm talking about all this kind of stuff. This is the acting and performing part of things. If I want to turn this into content afterwards, then I have to go through all that 4 hours of content and cut it up and do the editing process, and then figure out how to release that and so on and so forth. Like, content creation is a full-time job, right? Anyone, content creation is hard. It takes a lot of time and effort, and um, and unfortunately, I just don't have all that time to be able to do something that to pick up yet another full-time thing. Um, so I would love to. I would absolutely love to. I think given a few years, if I could, I would just make like top level decisions, and I would make top level decisions for a lot of the other business kind of stuff, and then be able to just spend most of my time writing and designing and doing creative and filming and doing creative things like that. But that also means that we would need to grow a lot bigger, so we have enough full-time positions that for the kind of stuff that I'm currently doing myself. um, that's a whole other like business thing I want to I should talk about at some point, that by doing everything myself is admirable and respectable in that way, but it actually hamstrings you in the ability to grow a business because you're so locked in. Because I don't pay myself like I don't pay myself like 7 full-time jobs worth of money. So that means if I want to get a full-time writer, if I want to get a full-time uh, uh, editor, a full-time whatever, we don't make enough money for that because it's been built assuming a cost of 0 from me. So yeah. Uh, yeah. Ah! Oh no, what did I do? Oh, there we go. Uh, Hopefully that's not messing things up. Cool. Um, Let me scroll through. I was not reading chat, so I'm scrolling through chat right now. Um, uh, also, logistic nightmare. Extra, yeah, AV work as yeah, a media manager. Yeah, but like that's also the thing, right? Like we don't have enough work for a full-time media manager, and like a lot of part-time sort of stuff is not conducive to how complex the systems and ideas and concepts that we have are. So, mm, yeah, the VOD will be published. I'm also recording all of this, so also speaking and funny that we were talking about like you know content creation, because it's just like if I want to try and make all this content that's not just a VOD, it's going through 4 hours. That's going through like 4 hours of footage, right? Like, what time is it? Yeah, it's like, so I started at 12. So we've been talking for 3.5 hours. So anyone who wants to do any editing of this has to watch a minimum of 3.5 hours just to get any idea what's going on. And then you have to go back through, figure out what's the storyline, what are the points we want to do, and that sort of stuff. No, I mean, no, we do have to edit it if we want to, repurpose this content for anything like TikTok or for YouTube Shorts or anything like that. So like, in the end, any kind of content repurposing, any kind of things like that, it just takes work. It just takes work, yeah. So, no, the VOD itself, like as is, yeah, no, that'll be up. So, I don't know how mukbang people eat that much food and can still talk. I can't even finish a parfait while talking, and mukbang people are just like constantly talking and being able to do. I was just starting game Pathfinder when he first went live. What did I miss? I don't know, quite a bit, I guess. We're gonna have a VOD. We were just talking about that, so you'll be able to watch it back. You will be able. They take smaller bites. That's no, they don't. They do not take smaller bites. Yeah. Uh, yeah. I'm attempting to eat right now, so we're just kind of like talking. We're just talking and discussing various more general content creation stuff. I remember I was gonna go off into another rant about one of these things, but I didn't because chat was like, "You need to eat," so I'm doing that. Mm. Mm. Look, I've been eating. I've been eating. I've been trying to take bites and still not like just be silent for however long. Oh yeah, time to bring out the calipers. Oh, those are my knees. Could you guys hear that? So, a little bit about edge geometry. One of the things I am sad about, I don't have the like actual VKP, VKS, which I will do another video, and I will do I might do another stream when it actually gets here, so we can talk about it a little bit more. But okay, to be fair, my knees were like that when I was 11, so. But some of the some of the important things about a knife and figuring out if a knife is good or not is very simple actually. We talked about how thin it was, but not all knives have a V grind, that is to say just a full flat grind. So for instance, this little knife that has been popular on the TikTok shop and other social media is one of the most terrible knives in existence. It's made out of terrible steel, has terrible deceptive marketing, and it doesn't really cut. Remember, you want to edge, not wedge. If it's one thing you take away from this, remember to edge. I believe the kids call that gooning. I don't know why they called knife work gooning, but the this knife is very thick. Now the thing is, even if we do like thick with like 4 C's, right? It's not always right for a knife, especially most knives, especially. Now, this knife design is it's if you went out into a lab and you were like, I'm going to purposefully try and design one of the worst knives to ever exist that will make your kitchen life a living hell while you try to gaslight yourself into thinking you made a good purchase. I would design this. Now, why this is so bad, and hilariously, if they find this video, they will try to take it down and claim this is a fake one. But I mean, I'm not mentioning the brand, so this, yeah, maybe it is a fake one. I'm not mentioning the brand. It's fine. This has a spine thickness. Oh yeah, once again, I need to figure out something. One of the things I need to figure out and think about is just like being able to have like a camera over here that I can like show off things. It's like a, you know, like switch cameras or whatever. It's fine. Something I'll figure out later. But this has a spine thickness of like 4 millimeters. Let's compare that to the, okay, it's just because everyone loves to talk about like, you know, this as a cleaver and it's like thick or whatever, right? Compared to the Danhiki, which is, which has a spine thickness of 2. This is literally half the thickness of this spine. And as you can imagine, trying to drive something thick through something, if you try to push something thick through something instead of something thin through something, it makes it much harder. Sharpness is a function of thinness trying to push through something. So, oh geez, is my battery running out? No, I'm okay. What was that beep? I have no idea. Whatever. And this is, and so not great off the bat, right? You can argue a saving grace because it has something, it has a secondary grind over here. So this isn't a full flat grind. A full flat grind would be you're just grinding everything the same. This has a shinogi line. Shinogi line would be the primary bevel over here, where you have this flat and then you start grinding this down. Now the problem with this is that they did grind it down quite a bit, but in kind of a bad way, because the spine thickness is one thing, but what will really tell how a knife feels when you're actually using it is going to be the thickness right behind the edge. So you know we'll get close again. Can you guys see that? So you'll notice there are 3 distinct sections. I'll just kind of go like this because I'm not sure how it's focusing, but you should be able to see the light. This would be the flat, and this is the shinogi. So this line over here, and this is the primary bevel. And then this is the edge bevel. The edge bevel, this is where the actual edge is. This is how you're edging. What we're trying to measure is right where that primary bevel meets the edge bevel. What that thickness is will largely determine how a knife feels. Now, we measure at the blade bevel of it now at the belly in the middle. We have 0.63 millimeters. Can you guys see that? Did I change that? Oh, I knocked it around a bit. It's fine. Yeah, close enough, whatever. 0.63, right? Now, once again, let's go ahead and use the Danhiki, which, by the way, Danhiki, now available for purchase, off pre-order reservation. We'll start shipping them next week. Buy it on onimar.gg or viteram.com. If we measure the edge bevel here, if my hands will cooperate, we are looking, we are instead looking at 0.25, 0.27, 0.27 on this specifically, but 0.27, and then on some parts of it, especially around the tip over here, it's going to go down to about like 0.2-ish. Does that mean that it will feel 3 times better and easier to push through than this knife? Actually, yes. Like, unironically, yes. Even if we start looking at like, where's the, yeah, whatever. We're gonna use that Henkel's because Henkel's doesn't really have social media, it's fine. Even if we look at the Henkel's, right? And we're like, this was not great. This is a 0.4, which, yeah, no wonder this doesn't do well. It's a 0.4, which also means significantly worse than this. And you can see that in the cutting tests, both on how things went through tomatoes as well as the cut test meter. So not only is this really thick, it has a really bad, and this is what we call the blade geometry. This is before sharpening. So this is before we put it on the stones and take it to 1,000 and 3,000 and then using strops and that kind of stuff. Instead, this is just all blade geometry. This is before it even gets sharpened. And then after sharpening, and then after we look at sharpening, that's when we actually look at what the grit is taken to and how thin the apex of the edge is polished, basically. Now, let's test this thing. Let's see how bad it is. With my little broken, it still works. It's just a little annoying, but that's whatever. I could probably just like glue some, I might be able to glue it back together actually. Let's be a little careful with it, that's it. Cool. All right. Let's test this. You know what? It did a little bit better than I thought. This is actually significantly better than the Henkel's. This rated at 253. Now, the thing is, what this machine tests is the edge bevel sharpness. And that's why I said this is not the be-all and end-all of everything. Because 250 was what we got this knife to, right? And you remember when I was slicing through the tomato, it went pretty smoothly. Let's see how this works for this knife. Not fantastic. A lot of that is because of how thick it is. Because of how thick it is, you also will have a lot of trouble getting any kind of thin slices. Oh, that's slipping. That is not. That is also ridiculously hard to try and get a grip on. And one of the things about why this knife is also pretty bad to use is because this has such a. Wow, it didn't come with a tip. The tip was broken before even. Wow, impressive. This is missing a tip. Where this. Oh. Okay, I have to do that. All right. So where this has an especially big problem on how it cuts is also because of how much of a belly it has. So you can argue that it's good for rock chopping, except that it's so the curve is so pronounced on such a small knife that in order to do a proper rock, in order to get your edge high enough to clear anything, you're looking at this. I don't know about you, but I don't really like having my wrist having to do this every single time. That's pretty high. Right? And then because of the thick edge bevel and because of the also kind of steel and everything that they use, it's especially because it has all that weight. And that's actually another one of the big things with heavier knives is all the weight will cause a lot of pressure on the edge as well and cause it to dull significantly faster.
course, you can be very gentle with it, but it's very difficult comparatively. This is why also in the quiz, oh jeez, this is why in the quiz when this is why in the quiz when I was talking about the just the meat cleaver was just like never the option. Meat cleavers are good for like big choppy through bone. A lot of the times you don't really need, like, I feel like big choppy through bone is kind of like antiquated technique, generally speaking now, because even like, like modern butchers, if you've ever, there's actually some really cool YouTube videos where there's like mobile slaughterhouses and breakdown, like not slaughterhouse, like they will break down um, entire cows like in like a mobile little station, and they don't use meat cleavers for those. Anytime that they actually need to go through bone, a hacksaw is coming out or a chainsaw, because those are just strictly better for any kind of bone work. And then for the rest of it, it's usually just using like a small little a boning knife, right? Something the size of a honisuki or something like that. You don't really need something like that's actually really big. No, literally no point to the knife. Yeah, this is um, this is just you'll see so many knockoff brands and everything doing this, and then they'll, oh my god, oh let me show you something cool, right? If I try to slice and the rock, I love my handle hitting. Why is this hole here? Who? Look, because I think the thing is, right? Whoever designed this knife is a hammer gripper, and they're like, I wish when I grip the knife, it would be more on the knife so I had more control. And instead of learning what to do properly, they went, I'm gonna cut a fucking hole in here. Skill issue. See, y'all who are gonna be joining this project won't be doing that. You'll be learning it properly. Oh wow, that sucks. I will give them credit. Like, credit where credit is due. At least this one, because I've seen a lot of ones on YouTube where they took it out of the box and it would not cut anything. This one, at least they actually sharpened. It just feels terrible. It's so heavy. Why is it so heavy? The steel they use, I believe someone found out it was a 420J. I believe it's 420J, which is like just not, and then it's also not heat treated well. So it's just a thick piece of not good steel that is not good. I mean, that's also why it's cheap, right? Like at some point you get what you pay for. Not always, not always. They're like the especially back in my day when I was actually back when I was actually this is awful. I have the four-finger grip just so I can do that. Let's try this. Whee! Like, this also has a belly, right? Like, but whoop. The Tojiro DP was kind of like the be-all end-all, because like nowadays one of the things I'm really happy about is that like we can use VG10 for all these knives. VG10 10 years ago was just like it was very expensive. It was hard to get. And so it's just like nowadays I'm like, oh my god, we can just use VG10 and everything and it's fine. Oh, because everyone's moved, like, because VG10 was relatively easy to make metallurgically. It's not a powder steel. I believe there are some powder steel versions of them, which are pretty rare to find, but it's not a powder steel. It doesn't require a lot of super rare techniques or anything. And so the bang for buck on VG10 just cannot be beat. Can you get better steels than VG10? 100%. But to be perfectly honest, you're really not going to notice the difference. And then the blade you're past a certain point, you really don't notice the difference as a okay,
as anyone except the most nerdy of knife nerds. I'll show something cool here. This is S35 VN. Uh, Kamagata Usuba, I think, slash Santoku. It's actually a little between, so it's not entirely. It doesn't really have a very defined knife type. But this one uses S35VN, which is a which is a very nice high-end steel. It was one of the first. It was one of the first steels that was developed specifically for knives. A lot of, a lot of, a lot of these steels were like tool steels and other things developed for kind of, uh, other kind of purposes, and then repurposed to be for knives. Whereas something like S30 and now, a lot of the CPM steels and things like that were developed originally, were developed for knives and edge retention to begin with. And that really only started around like 1990s or so. So we're actually very new in that. That being said, there's only so many ways you can put steel together, or at least so we know. That's what we thought until Magna Cut came out too. But I think we're definitely getting to severe diminishing returns at this point. S35VN being much higher, I wouldn't say much, it has a higher edge retention than VG10, and it has a little bit higher toughness as well. Stainlessness isn't as good, but it's still very good, and it's harder to sharpen also because of it. It contained a keener edge. So by and large, it's just more or less better than VG10 in almost every single way, but it's also significantly more expensive, like significantly more expensive. And then it's also harder to sharpen. So with all of that in mind, then is S35VN going to be worth it for most people? No, absolutely not. Similarly, Magna Cut, as good as it is on paper, is just a nightmare to maintain after it goes dull, just because you need diamond stones. And it's still going to take a while because that stuff is so tough. To be fair, you don't need to sharpen it that much because it's such a good steel. Magna Cut is like, uh, Ma- they should have just named it Mithril, honestly. Magna Cut is like, this one knife guy just went full massive nerdy on it and analyzed every single kind of steel composition. And I don't really know. He has this whole very in-depth article about exactly how he discovered and invented it and had it made. And now it just beats everything out of the water in a lot of ways. But yeah. Are Finnish knives good fillet fish knives, or are Chinese knives better than them too? That's going to depend completely on your style. I would say Finnish chefs are going to say the Finnish knives are better, and Chinese chefs are going to say that Chinese knives are better. I will say that Finnish knives, by and large, are going to. I would say that Finnish knives. So you're talking about like Mora, like no, Mora is Swedish. Close enough in that area. They're they're a little easier to handle for people who are not as experienced. Filleting a fish with a Chinese taidao is definitely a skill. I will say it is hard with these. The joke is always that Chinese chefs always make fun of Western chefs because Western chefs, they'll say, "Oh, like why do you need like 20 different knives to do something?" Like Chinese chefs use one for everything. And in that aspect, a lot of the culinary graduates from the top like Chinese culinary schools, their knife skills are insane, absolutely crazy good, and just one knife. Filleting, deboning, uh, you know, fish, meat, vegetables, whatever, all one knife. Like if you have not used a good Chinese taidao, highly recommend it. It often becomes most people's favorite knives. One of the reasons, interestingly enough, why this style of knife was not super common or popular among a lot of other cultures is the fact that it just uses look how much steel this uses. So in cultures that didn't have as much access to steel or it was very expensive, then you can see why something like this would not be as popular.
you can actually kind of see this where the Nikiri is actually adapted from it. In a less resource, in an area like Japan, which has less access to good steel, they just cut it in half. You can make 2 Nikiris with the steel it takes to make this. So this might be a fraud. I've heard a lot about many different countries have different traits. What about them makes from a particular country makes a difference? Why is the country? Is that a shortcut? What is it that these countries are doing differently that leads to that's just marketing? Unironically, it's just marketing. For instance, so one of the things I don't really, I feel like I should talk about this more, but every single one of the knives with the manufacturer that we work with, these are all handmade. This is not by a machine. Every single one is handmade. They're batch made, so every single part of this, whether it's the handle fitting or the sharpening or anything about this, is made by a skilled artisan. Does them being Chinese detract from their skill? Does them being Chinese have anything to do with how good this is? If I said this was made in Japan by Japanese bladesmiths, or made in USA by American bladesmiths, does that change this knife at all? I don't think so. I think it depends purely on the people who make it, and once again, going about people and stories. Funnily enough, that question can also be answered by it's the stories that we tell about those different cultures and different things that we say. Why, and I think why the German knife is so pervasive still is we have the marketing, the myth, the story of German engineering and German precision. Therefore, if we talk about a German knife, it therefore must be precise, right? It must be well engineered, must be durable and strong. Japanese culture and mythology and story. We have the story of the katana folded 1,000 times for strength, unbreakable, you know, all that fun stuff. And then we have China. China being a, you know, historically speaking, historically speaking, not great with steel. Right? In the modern era, China has not been good with steel. Like a lot of the steel production capabilities have not been great. But that has, and 10 years ago, I would not be saying this either. But nowadays, the kind of stuff that is being able to be made, and I think this has a lot to do with like the age of and how quickly we have to remember the kind of like mobilization of factories and stuff happens, is one generation ago, right? Like my parents did not have that same kind of understanding of chemistry. These factories take a long time to build and then even longer to really understand how they work and everything. And then you need the people with the passion for quality and eye for detail. And so now some of the people that I think I talked about it before, but uh, the representative at the knife company that we work with, she is a huge weeb. She knows VTubers. She loves anime. She keeps joking that we should make a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure uh, knife because she loves that so much. And now we're the people in charge, right? We're the people who are starting these new projects, who have that attention to detail, who challenge the norms of what can be. Because we are the ones starting to do these things now. Now everywhere who has the opportunity to do that has people who are able to buck the trends, to change the story of what is and what can be. yeah, like I said before, like a lot of the really cool stuff coming, even like before I really left, it was like We Knives, Re8, and a bunch of other ones. Now they make like, oh my God, like yeah, they're knives, and then you're like, oh yeah, well this knife is made in China. Yeah, it's a beautiful knife with custom titanium, lettering uh, and like all this really cool lockup mechanism, and it's $800, and it's like because whoever made that, it doesn't matter where they're from. It matters that their skill, their passion, their attention to detail, and everything that they learned was expressed through that. Whether they're from China or India or Finland or Japan or wherever. We have these stories told about these cultures and these stereotypes that we get, but in the end, it is about the individual, the craftsperson, the people behind those things. And honestly, I think it was really cool because, and that's where I personally have a lot of respect for the people who make these, because the very first knives we made a lot of sense to be made in China because we're making Chinese knives. This is a Chinese title. Where else to make it but China? And when we were considering something like the circuit breaker, which is not, or the Nikiri, which was based off of Japanese knives and companies, that was something that we also considered. We talked to and things like that. But in the end, what we found was that, well, I'm not Japanese. To get my points across, to be able to talk to be able to talk about the details and the things that I care about and matter, there needs to be some kind of cultural. There needs to be. There's a lot of stuff easily lost in translation. Um, Even between my crappy Chinese uh, and uh, and someone who's more fluent, the reason why we don't have the VKS prototype here right now is because I have to blame it on my crappy Chinese, where and I can't blame them for this because it was just how and where I indicated. I should have been more clear, and I said this, but where this implies for a subject in Chinese is different from English, and so and just that one little thing caused so much problems where I don't have that knife with me now. And so with manufacturing, with people, and with all these different types, I think it is 100% going to be based on who you're working with and if they're able to do what you need them to do. Not about their nationality, not about where they're from. It's about the techniques they use, the end things that they can make. Um, as much as I love knives, as much as I love all these things about them, let's be real. This is a piece of steel. It is a thin piece of steel with a part that's not sharp so that you don't cut yourself. How that's made and how that's done is going to be completely on the artisan, the individual, the craftsman, on how they're done. With German engineering and German and so-called German precision, we have those knives over there, which I'm not a fan of. Because they're mass-produced with those machines and factories, I don't think they get the proper care and quality inspections that they should. That's why they're not sharp. They're hilariously the Chinese version of the German knives were the best ones. You know, with anything that's crafted, sometimes you just need the human touch. That's kind of what I've always believed in, and I think that's no matter how big things get and no matter how much we do, in the end, I think it's going to be about the humans. It's going to be about the people behind things. Yeah, I know that was very long-winded, and oh my God, there's probably a lot of additional questions after that. What knives are absolute must-haves for someone who is building a knife collection but won't be preparing meat? You definitely want Chinese Taidao or a Nikiri. Those, personally, my two favorites. I think a Santoku doesn't do quite as well as a Nikiri does. I think a Santoku has some advantages in being able to multitask with some meat prep. But if you are just doing vegetables and you're not going to be preparing meat, then Nikiri, so you can get this also on our shop, and the Chinese Caidao all the way. Would probably make a good video. I could probably just cut that rant right there and that'd be a video. It's probably easier than trying to do a whole new one. What's the most you'd spend on a bread knife? Wow, that's actually a tough question. So there's like the classics like serrated bread knife. There's also like a round tip cake knife that I used to have as well as a slicer. That kind of slicer also works really well for like meats and other things. It also has like the air pocket grooves. I think what's the most I would spend on a bread knife is going to be a little, like me personally, is going to be a little misleading because it is, I don't eat that much bread. And all of my knives are sharp enough to just cut bread as is like this. So I haven't strictly needed a bread knife. I think a bread knife would make my life a lot easier with hard crust breads. Hard crust breads definitely having those serrations to pierce through that hard crust to be able to begin cutting into the softer is definitely necessary. And I think that's where bread knives do very well. How much would I? Like it all depends, right? Like you can get a cheap bread knife that does really good work. Personally, because I don't do that much bread and I don't buy a lot of bread and cut a lot of bread all the time, I'd probably get a pretty basic one, right? Something that's just like 20 to 50 bucks. Actually, the $20 one would probably just like, yeah, I actually have a $20 one over there and it kind of sucks. So probably something a little more towards like the $50 to $100 range. But if I were someone who had bread all the time and had a lot of different kinds of bread, and I wanted a bread knife that was both good for hard crust breads and still had the kind of dexterity to be able to go through a cake or soft muffins or things like that, I would definitely probably want to spend more. So I think it all depends on your specialization, what you eat a lot of, what you do a lot of. So similarly, like, if you get a deba or like a sujihiki or a yanagiba for like, fish and you're not preparing a lot of sashimi, then you probably don't need it really. So if you want to have fun with it, that's one thing, but like that's all going to be, I think that's a personal preference kind of thing. So the passed down knowledge of today. Yeah. It's funny you talk about the press a button to start a knife printing press. Man, because I'm also a manufacturer, right? I think I have a very unique. I get to have a very unique way of looking at things because I'm both a manufacturer who works with machines and tries to add more and more automation and things into our processes while still keeping human eyes and ears and the ability to look at how everything is made. Because at some point in time, we also have to face the harsh reality of these bladesmiths who are 70 or 80 and have done this all their lives. Their bodies are not great. They are not in good shape. If you're doing it the super traditional way all the time, if you're hammering it with a forge and you're never using a power hammer and you don't use a mechanized grinding wheel and you're just hand grinding everything, there are some people who do that. There are some smiths who do that. That's going to wear you down. And so it's always like, everyone has a different, and I think everyone does have a different answer to this. I don't think there is a right answer. I think it does depend on the individual and what they're looking for. Like I said before, those knives, I don't think need to be handmade. I think I think the kind of quality that we are looking for in our knives demands the human touch to understand how sharp it is, the fit and finish, and things like that. But also similarly, the fit and finish and everything on our knives, in order to make them more affordable as well, means that we can't have people who need to train for 10 years before they're allowed to touch a knife, which is what, someone who's training to make a Mizuho Hanyaki probably would. So it's like, what do you want to be doing with these knives, and where do you want to be doing them? I will probably never, unless I am personally training for another 20, 30 years to make a knife like that, try to make a knife like that. For the Mizuho Hanyaki, something that is $800, that has all that craftsmanship and all that kind of stuff behind it, I would rather go to those craftsmen who have dedicated their lives to pay respects to their ability, to their craftsmanship, to their skill, in order to and buy it from them. Similarly, the German knives back there, like, I don't like them, right? I genuinely just having or this, I do not like them. In my personal opinion, I don't think they're good knives, especially at some of those price points. They're almost as expensive as what we're selling. And ours is way better. But if being made in Germany to support the German economy, or in Spain, or wherever it's made, and having that style of knife because it is a cultural heritage thing for you, or just having an entry knife because you're scared of damaging a knife or something like that and you don't want to learn, that's perfectly reasonable. I think that's perfectly acceptable. I don't think everyone needs to learn to do everything super well. There are going to be some people, people who really like soiling, who never want to be in the kitchen, who never want to touch a knife, but need a kitchen knife for just some basic things every so often. I think that's perfectly acceptable for them. And I think that's a good choice for something like that, which doesn't take as much maintenance, which isn't as easily breakable, but might not perform as well for someone who does actually want to learn about knives. So once again, everything has its place, and everything does have, everything has a place. Everyone has the area of why you do things, because everything is a trade-off. You do one thing, you got to trade off something else. Wow, 520 from 30K. Nice. German style Chinese made knife from yeah. Yeah. Having the beater knife. Actually, in one of the quizzes, I had one of the questions I think very few people got right. The hibachi girl. Everyone's like, yeah, I need to be flashy. I'm gonna do the legendary, what do you call it, knife, right? And that was the wrong answer. The legendary Mizuho Hanyaki, and that was the wrong answer. Because in the end, what we want is we want a knife that is easy to sharpen, easy to take care of. Something that we had covered talking about the honing stick and the honing steel, being able to sharpen things directly, being just a miniature sharpening steel that you can have. Like something like that is fantastic and should be what's being used for a surface that is going to be metal, that is going to dull a knife no matter what it is that you're using. In that case, you do want the cheaper one. You do want the softer steel. You do want to have something which will not cause problems if it gets damaged, and can be sharpened very, very quickly and easily, and even make show of it. So, all right, thanks for coming. Sorry, my eyes are not good. Tamarin Tentagon. Yeah, make sure you get your sleep. Don't be like me. Do what I say, not what I do. Actually, what time is it for me too? Wow, 4:12. Okay, I might be tapping out soon too. Oh man. Okay. Does anyone have any? Oh, wow, that does not cut well. Nice. Does anyone else have any other questions? is there any way to know what hardness a honing rod would be? Yeah, usually that's one of the annoying things. Like most will not list it out, right? Most will not actually list it out or post it. One sec. Let me wash my hands real quick of all this tomato juice. Oh yeah, I can still talk. the One of the cheap things you can do to figure out a hardness, and this is a more destructive test, unfortunately, but you can do it in a little area where you can't see. So this is an HRC hardness tester. To get the true Rockwell HRC of something, generally speaking, you need this machine that's very expensive and like has a tip and then. These are files that are highly calibrated to a certain hardness. And how hardness works, like we were discussing, was if something is harder than something else, it will abrade it, it will cut it. That's how whetstones work. They're significantly harder than steel. So how you can test hardness, for instance, if we have this 50 HRC, this is 50 HRC, right? And this knife is 61. I can do that all I want on the edge. It will not cause any scratches whatsoever. Also makes a nice ring. But, and then even if I use this 60 HRC, right? Because this is 61, nothing. However, now, the things I do to show you guys, I'm going to damage another knife. 65 HRC. And you can hear that. Do you hear the roughness? It doesn't have that clear ring anymore because now it's abrading away material. And if we look, yeah, you are not going to be able to see this, but this is now getting rid of material. That's how you can tell hardness. A very interesting thing is that this is supposed to be 62 HRC, right? But I have a 65, and it's not scratching it. I was like, I talked to the manufacturers, right? I was like, yo, this shit slaps. I put a 65 on it. It ain't doing anything. And they're like, it's supposed to be 62. And I'm like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. Like, the fact that you're getting this to beyond 65 is actually kind of insane. Meanwhile, if we, what is this? If we do it on this, right? Got a big mark over there. Like, you can hear that. Right? You can hear that. And then against this, it's not catching at all. That's how we know it's harder than 65. Now, this one, whoops, magnetic. Now this one, we can test, right? We just tested 65, it caught. 60, it caught. We know it's under 60. 55, and these sets are like 14 bucks. So if you are interested in doing these tests, right? 55, we're still scratching. 50. Damn, this is soft. We're still scratching at 50. 45? 40? 40. Okay, so this is like 41, 42 or something like that. That's, wow, that's very soft. Yeah, which is why we're not going with this. This is, this one, I need, even before we got this, I was pretty sure like, yeah, no, this is not gonna work. But they're like, just try it. Like some people use it. And I'm gonna be real honest, I don't know who can use this. Like even softer knives. I guess for like very soft things, like this steel is, it's not gonna cut into it. too much. But it's, yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know why someone would get this. Unless their knife is just like really that bad. It's like under 40 HRC. That's, oh my God. You know? I should probably put this one away. I'll put this one away. By put away, I mean like just set it on the counter. Yeah, it makes, how far I'm willing to test things. It makes a lot of people very uncomfortable because I'm just like, if it's for the sake of testing so that we can make things better, I will be willing to do basically anything to, and like if it's destructive tests that are needed, then destructive tests are needed in order to make sure that we are doing the best that we can, right? Knives must be sacrificed in the name of science. Okay, to be fair, I am scratching the edge, and it's just like if the edge is scratched, I can just sharpen it. So one of the mistakes that people might do is that like using that on the surface of this. The surface of this, because it has sus 420 as well, which is not hardened to 61, that'll scratch. That's why you need to get the cutting core. So these Damascus ones are Sanmai. So this is the Damascus VG10 and sus 420, and the cutting core is the pure VG10. So Sanmai 3, so 3-layer. Comparatively, Mizu Hanyaki, I know I keep pointing that, is 1. So it's just 1 billet forged out. And yeah. Similarly, even like even the VKS, which is going to be like full VG10, is not out of 1 billet in the same way. So it is still, I believe it's still going to be a process that uses a softer steel on the outside in order to make it easier to work with, more malleable, and not be as expensive. Basically, if you harden the entire blade like this into 61 HRC, it doesn't do anything for your edge because your edge is always going to be just the center bit. But it makes it very hard to work with, which is why something like that is so expensive, because it takes so long to abrade away something that hard. And so for any other knife that is, you want to balance cost and practicality, then you usually want to be doing a Sanmai process or some kind of process that allows for easier grinding and a softer steel on the outside that won't affect the cutting edge, but will be able to, but will be easier to work with. How do you store your normal knives? Yeah, I store them like that, or in a drawer. I just have a drawer full of knives. And then I also have a box of knives for restoration practice.
So rusty and otherwise beat up knives. I like buying these because
Sometimes you get some pretty fun ones. Like this one's a really thick old French knife. It's 20 bucks, right? And then I practice restoration work on it. So thinning it down, getting rid of rust, resharpening it, rehandling, things like that. So drawer for a bunch of the like, I guess cheaper knives and knives that are like, you know, test knives and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, let me show you some. So for instance, like here we have one of the original version of the Akiri. You can see the color is a little different. I don't think you can see, but the heart shapes aren't as pronounced. And then there's more of a lip over here that we got rid of because it's a little sharp. A little bit longer on the handle over here as well. Just you know, just prototype knives. I'll also usually keep over here. Most prototype knives have gone through some amount of destruction testing and hard use cases and things like that in order to test things. So but even then, that's one of those things that like I do need to. That is one of the things that is difficult to tell exactly what is going to happen when knives go out in the wild. For instance, one thing I will very readily say is that some Nakiri handles, for whatever reason, around this particular rivet will crack. And that's just microfractures in the resin that are basically impossible to detect until using them for quite a while, and then potentially putting a little bit more force on it, and then it'll crack along that microfracture. And that's not something that we could. And the ones that I have, the ones that were sent to Girl DM, and a lot of the other test stuff never had that problem, because the problem is, I think the problem still is 0. I think it's like 0.01% of knives or something like that. But it's one of those things that is just like that's a manufacturing defect in the end, that like someone on the team was drilling those rivets in too hard and causing microfractures. And how we can detect those before they're sent out is very difficult. We do inspect to see if there are any gaps or any potential cracks, and then we grip it firmly to see if it cracks as well. But in the end, it's very difficult. That's one of the things in manufacturing, is that there's just always going to be things that you just cannot predict until it goes out, and then you have to deal with the consequences of what happens. I hope you predicted everything right. So, yeah. Are shuns overpriced for what they are? I would say some of them. I think some of them have a higher brand name attached to them, and some of them are a pretty good value. Some of the lower tier shun knives are good value. Some of their specialized higher tier knives, I would argue, are not fantastic value, because, and this is one of my greatest complaints with a lot of these kind of manufacturers, is they end up developing a quote unquote proprietary steel that they don't release what is in the composition of that steel. They just tell you, oh, it's a great steel. And then you're like, what the hell do you mean it's a good steel? Like, you could have put anything in here. It's like, yeah, you call it VG Max or like VG whatever, like, yeah, it's a VG base, but what about it? And then they just like give you some marketing stuff, and you're like, well, okay. And like that, and the cost of R&D, right, gets wrapped up into the final product. So then you're just like, I don't know if this is worth my money, because the R&D wasn't there. The R&D was not what I was looking for, because I have no idea what you actually did with this thing. The blade shape isn't really any different and all that kind of stuff. I think an example would be this one here. This is the Shun Kurtsuke. I do like it. But they have this whole thing where it's dual core. They call it what was this? The Shun dual core technology. And so what they claim is that this pattern and stuff, because it has two different kinds of steels layered together like this, it will wear at slightly different rates, keeping this knife sharper for longer, because it gives you micro serrations. Doubt. And true enough, like, I haven't seen, this knife has not performed better than any VG10 steel that I have had. It certainly does not wear to have micro serrations that work any better. So, but this knife, so this knife, right? This knife from Shun at MSRP is actually more expensive than this one. So this one, so this one is like 450 MSRP, I think, and then this one's 400, but this one's like handmade This one's handmade and like forged and stuff. So, or you know, you can get this, which has a better blade, or you can get the circuit breaker, which is like 250 instead, which similar blade profile, slightly better blade profile, if we're being perfectly honest. And then support your favorite VTubers. Yeah, I think we just don't mark things up as much. I'm pretty sure I just don't mark things up as much as other people. Like that's really what I'm coming to realize. I'm like, where's all the okay, that's yeah. Remember what I was talking about, where I'm like not paying myself full-time wages for like all the things. Like sometimes I realize that like why are there not more knives with like better designs and all that kind of stuff? Because you gotta pay someone to design the stuff usually, if you don't have the skill for it, and then the manufacturing and going back and forth and all that kind of stuff, and getting a lot of the expertise gets really expensive. And then to be able to pay for all of that, then you need to have higher runs and all that kind of stuff. And then me, I just because I have the skill to do it and learn it and do it myself. Not to sound like not to do the whole like salesman thing. Then I pass the savings on to you. But like unironically, right? That's what I was talking about with the R&D of like of the shuns and some of the other stuff that they're doing. I just and then they'll come out with like something new, and it's like a slightly new blade shape, and they give it a new name, and then they're like, oh, the revolution in knife design. I'm like, is it though? Is it? That's just a slightly different variant. And then it's still a black handle with like, and they're like, oh, it's our signature black handle and stuff. I'm like, is it really though? Like, I don't know. I like Shun. Shun was the first Japanese knives I bought too, and I actually still have, like, this is so funnily enough, I used to only have like Western and Japanese style knives, and then once once my knife kit was stolen, that's the first time I bought this. Hilariously, right? A Chinese American guy living in America deciding to buy a Chinese knife for the first time and then buys it from a Japanese company. uh, to be fair though, I think to be fair back then it was basically impossible to find good Chinese tie dolls. Even now, I think it's pretty difficult. I think it's pretty difficult. They're just like not as popular as they should be. So, yeah. So it's not white. It's bone china. Yeah, man. Like also just like another thing I have also come to realize is that I think some designers get a little too anal about their colors. This, for instance, right? This teal over here, right? They mixed the teal together, and I was like, that's a little too light. And then they did this, and then I'm like, seems about right. And then I know and then I watched some other this other design video on some other stuff, and they were like, oh yeah, we went through like, like 25 different color swatches, and then we did like, all this stuff and then I'm like, no one cares, dude. No one notices the color difference there. You put it under different lighting, it looks different. My eyes perceive that color different than you. That probably increased the cost of that product another 5%. Like one of the things I think is very interesting being a manufacturer is that we understand manufacturing very well, in that when we make these knives, in order to make them cost effective, because like, okay, so this kind of knife right here, right? I will say with VG10 Damascus, this kind of handle, rivetless design, with the C-Tech inlay, and then like this copper infused resin and all this kind of stuff, right? This kind of custom design normally, honestly, you're gonna look at minimum $500, if not more. I mean, like this is $450. And then obviously yeah, no, we still need to pay like Zentrea, right? So what we do in order to be able to not, and I understand, right? I understand that like $200 knives, 250 is not the most affordable knife in the world. But like I also don't want to make that many trade-offs on delivering a knife that I'm not proud of and that I don't personally really like cutting with. I understand that, and so we do have to make those trade-offs. But the reason why we're able to make this a relatively affordable price for a very high quality knife is because when we think about how we make it, and when I design these things, I don't just design a knife and go, we will try to make that specific vision no matter what. I create something that has the language, the vibes, and the general concept and ideas of what is possible. And then we start talking with the manufacturer about how can I design, what parts of this design will work, and you have, yeah, no problem whatsoever. And then what parts will be extremely expensive, and then how do we work around that? How do we use creativity to design something that is both eye-catching and still really beautiful, and doesn't use these extremely expensive, extremely difficult, extremely specific processes to make? I think almost every single design, I'm gonna pick on this Shun knife a little bit again, is because of how they want to do the dual core layer thing. I think they have to be very specific about. I think they have to be very, very specific about how they craft this particular the angle of their Damascus, and how they forge the billets and stuff. And that probably costs a lot more. And I mean, I know it costs a lot more because they had to go through the R&D process. And in order to do that and make new steel and all that kind of stuff, they're just gonna have to have a lot of new machinery and equipment. That all goes into the cost. And then it's just like, does anyone care? Does it really matter at all? I don't think so. So, yeah. Are you able to ship to the UK yet? No, because the UK has very strict knife laws. We cannot ship to the UK. If you want the knives, then you do need to find a forwarder who is capable of importing knives to the UK under the specific laws. Unfortunately, we do not have the lawyers and a full legal department which can keep up with every single international law about knives for every country. Usually, if there is some kind of restriction on the kind of shipping and documentation that is required to ship knives to a certain country, unfortunately, we just have to not ship it because we don't have a legal department and dedicated international shipping, uh, like department to be able to handle all that. Once you get enough volume, and things like that, then generally you can have people who are dedicated and do things like that. But like we could also do that thing that I know a lot of small businesses do, which is um, send it anyway and try not to get caught. I don't like doing that personally, so we that's why it always seems like we have a lot more restrictions than a lot of other people, because we try and do the right thing, you know? That does make things harder. That does make things harder, but yeah. Well, yeah, we can ship ramen to the UK is the thing. Um, I think we probably, I think we'll probably need to make a separate section for knives, like different sections for knives versus ramen, and even Nano Boost. Like I think that's the most annoying thing, that like the more product categories we have, the more difficult it is to like figure things out. Like a lot of countries, for instance, naked nudes, no problem, right? It's flour. But when we're talking about, for instance, naked, not naked nudes, sorry, like Vite ramen, if we have the meat flavors, then certain countries are off limits. Only the meat ones.
it, it's very hard to summarize in that. You know, it's very hard to summarize. That's why sometimes it's just like, oh, you just gotta kind of go to checkout and then see. We have a system that just basically has the broad scope of a lot of these things built in, which is why it will trigger at checkout whether or not it can or it can't. But if we were to try and figure out every single restriction, you know, that would be quite the long list. Yeah, yeah. The UK is relatively liberal on loss. Fun fact: do you guys know about Soylent? Oh, CCK for $10. Yeah, I've won the CCKs actually. They're really also very nice. This is CCK medium. Big fan. Just it's a little. I need to derust it. It's fine. Yeah, big fan. I love the blade geometry. They're very thin, very nice because of that. Very old traditional handle, but forged very well. Good balance. One of the tie doll I eventually want to make is more like this, where it's like mostly just blade and a tiny little nub. But this style is not popular in the West, even though I think reasonably this ends up becoming. I think this shape and I think this blade shape and blade geometry is one of the better ones. I really like this one. Still, carbon steel, hard to take care of. I think especially hard to take care of because there's so much surface area to worry about. So, what was I was gonna? Oh yeah, the send it anyway and trying to get caught. So Soylent back in the day actually had Soylent back in the day was shipping over to Canada even though they weren't supposed to, and they also tried that and then they got caught and they got a 10-year ban. So that was I think that's always an interesting story. And then similarly, when we wanted to ship to Canada too, Canada has some like really interesting strict laws about healthy foods. You know, you can ship soda and you can ship chips and whatever else that you want. Pretty much no problem through there. But you know, the moment you have a lot of vitamins, minerals, and protein and stuff, got to go through a very extensive regulatory process. So, you know, yeah. CCKs used to be able to get Finland. Yeah, they're more like 130 now. Yeah, I feel like that's been the case for just about every single knife in existence, just because inflation and stuff. Like similarly, the Tojiro DP was also you could get for like 80 back in the day, and then like even 10 years ago, it just like started rising. You couldn't find it for 80 anymore. I think now it's like more. I think now it's pretty similar, 125 to 130. So, yeah. Was a satisfying click on the mag board? Yeah, I will say though, with such a wide, broad blade, it is a little annoying to get it out from the magnet board because it's just so stuck on there. It is very stuck on there because of how much metal is up against the magnet. uh, not like that's not a design issue for anything. That's just a physics issue. Yeah, it really isn't. One of the things I will say about these magnetic boards is that like if you do want to make sure you're cleaning them every so often, because if you do have like particulates and all that kind of stuff and then your blade is sliding against it, it will scratch the blade. But blades are meant to be used, so that's more or less how it goes. Oh, 4:42. You know what? I'm gonna call it quits at I'm gonna call it quits at 5 p.m. So it's like 18 more minutes of stuff. I should probably like rest my voice or something like that. Actually, my voice is pretty fine. I think I should probably just eat. I'm pretty sure I just need to eat and drink stuff, which I've still been. Hey, 30K, let's go.
Did you experience and other non-metals? Okay, so in terms of cutting, right, our materials that are very good for cutting would be steel. Um, so you have steel, ceramic, you have um, obsidian, and you have like ruby and sapphire. Ruby and sapphire are very, very hard. They take a very keen edge. Perhaps unsurprisingly, ruby and sapphire knives are a little expensive. They also are incredibly brittle. The harder things are, the more brittle they get. So very easy to chip, break, so on and so forth. And when we're talking, and then when we're talking about something like, and then when we're talking about something like ceramic, ceramic doesn't get that sharp is the problem. Um, food safe ceramics, I should say, don't get that sharp. If I recall, there are other kinds of ceramics that like do get incredibly sharp and hold really good edge, but they're not food safe. Food safety obviously is going to be one of the big key factors. Ceramics similarly can only be sharpened with diamond stones. Maintenance on ceramic is incredibly difficult. Trying to sharpen a ceramic knife just takes forever. A lot of ceramic knives out there aren't very sharp. Not necessarily because they can't sharpen it that sharp, but because it would be prohibitively expensive to sharpen them that sharp. Similarly, the thing I was talking about where hardness versus toughness is that ceramic knives, if you sharpen them to as keen of an edge as you can with metal, they would actually be fantastic, but would chip ridiculously easily. Actually, that still is one of the #1 problems with ceramic. It chips very easily. One small little lateral motion move, and your knife has a huge chunk in it. Whereas metal is more malleable than you would think. So even the Mizu Hanyaki, right, incredibly sharp and thin, would still generally do better on toughness than than ceramic. Generally speaking, you have a triangle. You have toughness, uh, you have toughness, edge retention, stainlessness. Those are like the three. I mean, you can have like a couple of other attributes. Those are the primary three that you have to have trade-offs on. So when you have something very hard, like ceramic, like ruby or sapphire or anything like that, their toughness tends to go down. And so they have a lot of easier time shipping. That's the trade-off that the German knives make. The German knives I will say, are tougher than this, right? Like they will not chip as easily if you're slamming them down compared to this. But my argument is, why the hell are you slamming it down in the first place? Why should I be designing for someone using it poorly? I would rather teach people to use it correctly so that they can experience nicer knives, nicer feeling, and enjoy the experience instead of dreading it all the time. So, could not imagine. Yeah, ruby scalpels. I believe that there are some surgeon scalpels that are like ruby coated or sapphire coated and all that kind of stuff. Very expensive, obviously. And then black and white, X and Y, sun and moon. Boker ceramic, yeah, Boker ceramics are better knives. Yeah, yeah, ceramic knives, I think, ceramic knives 10, 15 years ago, people were like, ah, yeah, this is the future. And then everyone was like, oh, I see. Uh, not great. Not great. So, yeah. Obsidian, yeah, obsidian scalpels too. Obsidian, once again, yeah, very sharp. But like, remember what I was talking about the story with the butternut squash? Yeah, you try even an onion with an obsidian knife and see what happens. I love obsidian shards in my food. Personally, I don't know about you guys. I love it when I take a bite of my food and I can feel knives literally cutting my insides into pieces. See, it's so unfashionable to have a whole stomach. You have to have one shredded by obsidian. if your throat isn't bleeding from obsidian shards, are you even living? It's not that we did, so Beastie Rabbit, it's not that we didn't find something new in all these years. It's that we have made steel significantly better. The steel of today that we use in knives is completely different than the steel of the past. If I took this VG10 knife and compare, like even a couple years, right? Like I was saying, this knife over here, this is the German steel, X50 CR MOV 15, right? Is that right? Yeah. X50 CR MOV 15. I don't remember. Whatever. This steel is completely inferior to this in so many ways, and this steel VG10 is going to be inferior to MagnaCut. But you always have trade-offs. MagnaCut is harder to work with. It's very expensive. So, that's kind of where that's kind of where you're looking at. And even different types of steels have huge different variances. H1, for instance, good cutting edge. It is the most corrosion resistant in the world. H1 steel is the kind of steel you want and the steel that you take when you go into saltwater. It is specifically designed as a saltwater knife. You take even VG10 into saltwater, that's going to rust, that's going to corrode. Saltwater is incredibly corrosive. Versus if you take, or CPM3V and Z-Wear, right? They don't take the finest edge in the world, but they take a pretty good edge. And they're not very stainless. They actually rust pretty easily. But they are so tough that you can take a knife made out of 3V and beat it through a telephone pole, and then a concrete barrier, and then a concrete pillar, and the knife will be fine. You're not doing that with any of these. That is the range of steels, because even though it's called steel, even though the base material is the same, and even if we're talking about that, the base material is iron, right? But even steel is a process of iron being changed. Iron does not cut well either. If we were just talking about pure iron, if we're talking about raw elements, we're talking about iron, and then iron being significantly inferior to the most basic of steels. But when you add that carbon to steel, suddenly things change. And then when you add vanadium, suddenly changed. And then once you add chromium, ooh, suddenly it's stainless. And then once you add molybdenum, once you add nickel, once you add all these other things together in different ratios, different processes, whether you're doing a forge method, a powder, a powder process, and then are you going to be plate quenching it? Are you nitrogen quenching it? Is it a vacuum quench? All these things affect the carbides and the structures within the steel itself. And through those processes and through how those processes are formed and how they behave, that is how steel is so different across the things. We haven't had to go figure out ceramic or sapphire or anything, because why would we need to when we can just take steel and make it better than those? Yeah, that's basically why we haven't had to quote unquote find something new, because we have been finding new things all the time. I think, though, like, to be perfectly honest, I think Apex Ultra is a little overrated, but I understand why people like it. I think it also has a cool name. It's probably why a lot of people also like it. Yeah, I want to work with MagnaCut one day, but that stuff expensive. Like a paring knife, like the paring knives, VG10 and all that kind of stuff. It's you can get a pretty decent paring knife for like $30, $40 or whatever. You get a paring knife made out of MagnaCut, $300. So yeah, And why it's that much is because it really is just that much better. Like MagnaCut. I've actually not used a MagnaCut knife yet because in the end, is it going to be that much better in terms of strict steel composition across the board and a steel and steel comparison for the same edge and blade geometry, and et cetera, et cetera? Yes. However, but that kind of stuff is only the small, fine details. That's going to be like the last 5% of how well something cuts, the ability and everything, and so on and so forth. If we're talking about, and so if we are actually talking about things like what is the total output? What is the total amount of stuff that we actually are able to do and care about? Then we're talking about, like, once again, shape, blade geometry, thinness of the knife, things like that instead. That will determine 80% or more of the knife's actual capabilities. So, yeah. MagnaCut pocket knives, haven't had none. Yeah, right? Like, personally, so I have a huge collection. I'll probably show it on stream sometime. It's over there. Sebenzas, limited ZTs, bunch of Striders. I even have the ZT0777 Damascus. That one, probably the rarest knife I have in my collection. And it's I can't tell the difference between the steels. Like for like 8CR, sure, right? But if we're talking like S30 versus like Van X75, M390, I'm mostly cutting boxes and stuff with it. I'm not gonna be able to tell, in the end, I think all of us who are very, very into steels, into composition, all of you who actually have a MagnaCut knife have to admit the pocket knives that we have, the steel that it's on it does not matter that much. We're mostly cutting open cardboard boxes of our Amazon boxes and the other boxes that contain more knives. And because of that, it's very hard to tell edge retention and that kind of stuff. So, did blade design change a lot over the years? Yes, absolutely. I feel called out by this. Don't worry, we're all in the same boat. What purpose do serrated paring knives have over non-serrated? They're ass. They're for people who don't want to ever sharpen their knives. But like you barely have to. I think I went through my entire kitchen career without ever sharpening my paring knife. And I use that thing a lot because I started on garde-manger. Because paring knives are very thin to begin with. It's just, and you're not really doing a lot of like heavy duty cutting work on it. So there's not a lot of edge pressure on it. You generally don't really need to sharpen it. So it's just like obsidian. It's like serrated ones are just objectively awful in my opinion. Like, okay, maybe if you're like, I don't know, there are some things that serrations are like, I don't know, if you're cutting through rope, but like, why are you cutting through rope with a paring knife? So did blade change? Yes. So blade design changed over the years a lot. Like, so we covered this a little earlier, but we'll cover it again real quick. So for instance, this classic German design, right? Drop forged. This was the design back in the day. Why was this considered the best design back in the day, and why it became so popularized was because steel was not as good back in the day. So you design a knife like this. This has that thick bolster. It has all of the thickness behind it, so it's very strong. It doesn't break very easily, and so it can take a lot of punishment and beating, and therefore not break. Steel being brittle and breaking was a problem back in the day. But as you got more and more, as steel technology advanced, we could start making it thinner and better and having blade geometries that wouldn't have worked back in the day because it would have broken, or it wouldn't have cut very well because just the knife steel compositions would not allow it. We didn't have the kind of carbide technology and understanding of chemistry to be able to do it. So this is, and that's why, and that's why most like Western knives are like this thick. And then you can go to think about like Chinese knives and Japanese knives. Like Chinese saidao weren't that thick. They were, they have been primarily the same throughout all of the years. Similarly, Japanese knives have always been very thin. And that also comes down to the culture of food and how we prepare food and what our food looks like. So for Chinese culture, for instance, a lot of the things that we prepare and a lot of the kind of foods that we tend to eat is going to be diced cubes or done in a manner that can be eaten pretty easily with chopsticks. For that, this kind of knife and works really well. And for anything greater than, we have this. This is meant for, this is a cleaver, right? So there are other things that, yeah, you can use this to cleave. You can use this to do chicken bone and things like that. So this for all the cubing and dicing you have to do, and then this for that, for the bigger. And then Japanese knives were thin, were very thin and precise, almost were very thin and precise as a resource-saving measure. Some historian might come out and go like, no, actually, whatever. But as I understand it, and reasonably speaking, if you're low on steel and you just don't have that much steel and that much good steel, you're just going to make their knives a little thinner, right? And that also, correlates with Japanese cuisine that tends to be more delicate. You don't have giant, Japanese cuisine doesn't have like giant steaks and like the kind of stuff that we associate with like, Western feasts and things like that. And then with Western chefs, especially once you go into like the escoffier system of of brigades and how that influenced Western cooking culture, you almost gain knives as you progress um, through your roles. Um, Instead of the Chinese chef who is pretty much just expected to do everything, there was a highly specialized system in Escoffier where you had, and this is where the chef systems that you probably have heard of come from. You have your saucier, you have your garde-manger, you have entremets and tournants and pâtissiers and so on and so forth. You're all specialized to a specific role. And that specialization allows you to specialize with a certain kind of knife. And so having all those knives and collecting them as you go and going to culinary school and doing all that became also a symbol of your progress. So, and who doesn't like collecting knives, right? Once you're into that, like who doesn't like collecting knives? So in a lot of ways, it also became a status symbol kind of thing. So a lot of knife design and a lot of knife stuff also comes from history and culture and how we approach food and what foods we ate. And yeah, so and then not every not and very very noticeably, not every decision about food is logical in that way either, right? A lot of the things that we do are for how it makes us feel. Why do I have that many knives? There is no way I use all of these knives. It's because I like playing with them. I like looking at them. I like experimenting with them. I like seeing how different ones behave in different situations and respond to different things and so on and so forth. So knives and history of blade design and the changes is shaped by steel, by chemistry, by knowledge, by what resources you had access to, your culture around food, um, and and how you approach all of those things. And each culture approaches things differently. There's some really cool, like one of the things that I had no idea about is I think for most cultures, like most cultures have some form of cutting board, and then the knife, which is separate, and then cuts. In some places in, I believe, India is where I've seen some of it. India and I think Bangladesh, and then some of the Middle Eastern areas, they have instead of a knife like this, they instead have a thing that is just that you stick in the ground, or is otherwise mounted, and then is like a sickle. It's like a sickle shape, and you cut things like. So it would be like if the knife is standing up like this, and then um, and then instead of like chopping, you take the food and then you like that instead. Is that more efficient than this? For people who use it a lot and people who are good with it, absolutely. There's no objective right or wrong way, and that's probably better for the type of cuisine that they're doing, because the cuisine and tools develop around each other. So, yeah. So yeah, TLDR, yeah, actually tons of changes on blade designs over the years, and yeah, maybe I'll start the next one. Who knows? This wild concept called color. Tom Berry cosplay knife like trees. I understand you correctly. Shouldn't the knife design get a lot more similar over the years and get to like 10 knives for every situation? No, incorrect, because knives aren't about utility. Knives are not about utility. Especially once you really start to understand knives. Knives become a symbol of your personal cooking journey, of your personal skill. Chefs in a kitchen generally will not want to buy the same knife as each other, because the knife represents you as a person. So you will usually want to go find a knife that is different from everyone else's, but still represents you. And that's also why there are so many different kinds out there, because in the end, you want one that expresses you through the knife, through your work, through your cooking. There's not an objectively best knife for every situation. I think a good example would be you want to fillet something, right? Or you want to debone something. A boning knife for Western is thin and flexible. Japanese would be the Honisuki, but which is thicker and then wedges down. And then, but when we designed the Honisuki, this one is thinner. It's more like a Western utility knife, because I know most people are not going to be doing a lot of deboning in their life. So thinning it down so it's more of a utility knife works a lot better for the average person in the situation. And then I don't have a Western boning knife with me. I don't feel the need to buy one. And then you have the Chinese chefs who go, why are you just not using one knife? This is the boning knife. This is the fillet knife. This is the vegetable knife. This is an everything knife. What are you doing? Why do you need different knives? Skill issue. So that's why so that's also why, because there is no objectively correct knife. There is no one right knife for any situation. Especially thinking about how many different kinds of hands there are, right? I have large hands. This is a knife that is borderline for me. I can use this, and I can use it pretty well. But you can see it. If my hands are any bigger, that's not going to work for me. So.
Yeah. Okay. So it is about 5:08, and I have been yapping for quite a while. So gonna thank everyone for coming to the stream and staying. There were so many more people in stream than I had expected. So thank you so much for everyone who came, everyone who's been chatting and talking. And thanks for everything for backing and making it all happen. Yeah, we're at 30K right now and still going. So um, hoping 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 we hit some of the other stretch goals, and then we'll be able to see what the apron and other stuff looks like. So yeah. Oh, and then I need to. Oh man, I should probably finish eating or something. Yeah. Uh, I think we'll actually probably have a bunch more people who like check their emails on Monday or whatever too. So we'll see what happens there. All right. Thanks. See everyone. Bye.